Ahem. Good afternoon, everybody. How y'all doing? Yo, what up? So, hopefully this time we are actually going to get to the Alliance Red thing. I thought that was going to happen last time, but I didn't realize you needed to get, like, part of the way into 6.1 to... Or, wait, is this 6.1 or 7.1? I don't even know anymore, man. 6, right? 6? Anyway, you gotta get part of the way into the Endwalker post patch in order to actually be able to unlock the Alliance raid. Hopefully the queue times for the Alliance raid shouldn't be too bad. I mean, it's one of the newer ones, you know, like it's not the most recent expansions, but it's not like ARR. That was hell. That was like, we were queuing for like 20 minutes in between, in between raids for that one, man. Crystal Tower took forever to pop. Nobody wanted to be doing that shit. But it is time to go back to the bottom of the ocean. How much of it do I need to complete? I'm pretty sure it's just this, I'm pretty sure it's just this, like, upcoming quest, actually. Fairly certain. Let me check. Well, actually, how can I... Yeah, no, never mind. This doesn't really actually help. Because the name of the quests don't line up in the slightest. But I believe... No, this should be the one. This should be the one. Ooh. Void.
詳しく聞かせてもらえないかしら。なぜこんなところにボイドゲートが封印されているのかを。
Would you mind explaining a little bit? Why exactly a void gate is sealed away? You know, in a place like this.
その理由に触れる前に、遠く南方での昔話を語っておく必要がある。
Okay, before I address that... I mean, I guess you could just literally... The expression does also exist in English, like, before touching on that reason. I need to tell you, like, of something that happened a long time ago. Far to the south.
遡ること5000年以上、アラグ帝国が南方大陸メラシディアに対し侵略戦争を仕掛けた時のことだ。
Dude, I'm so glad that I can, like, remember people's, profile icons and stuff, because it's messing me up so much that YouTube is just showing people's @ instead of, like, a display name. So, yeah, that's a recent YouTube change, so if I don't remember anybody, that would be why. Like, if your display name was substantially different from the @ then there's a decent chance I won't be able to associate who is who. fuck off badge. I'm gonna know it's you. Okay. And more than 5,000 years ago, when the Alagan Empire waged an invasive war of aggression on the southern continent of
押し寄
Mercidia.
せるアラグの軍勢に対し、メラシディアの民は2億の天竜、バハムートとティアマットのもとに集い、果敢な抵抗を見せていた。
Okay. Yeah, so it's the people of Mercidia like rallied around the two. Yeah, like so this is man, this is MTL, I love this, but this is they're using a different, like an invented counter for the like heavenly dragons. They use the counter wings here, but you don't actually need to translate the word wing. It's very similar to in Metaphor, actually. They really fucked this one up with they had a character describe like a big dragon as like I can't remember. I can't remember the exact term, but it was like, you know, something no hito hashira. Which hashira is the counter for like deities, great deities that you can use, but they literally just translated it to like the pillar of the 5 chromatic dragons, which was fucking hilarious. Counters are not necessarily literal. That's just saying like 2 of the great heavenly dragons, Bahamut and Tiamat. They put up a brave or a resolute resistance against the invading Alligans.
だが、バハムートが討ち取られたことで均衡が崩れる。そうして劣勢に立たされたメラシディアの民は次々に蛮神を召喚したのだ。
However, with Bahamut's defeat, the like balance of power was upset. Or like the balances were tipped. Yeah, and now, finding themselves at a great disadvantage, the people of Mercidia began summoning idols one after another.
これに対して時の皇帝ザンデが取ったのがボイドの魔王暗闇の雲との契約という策だった。
Okay. In response, the Emperor of the time, Zande, made a contract with... they seriously use Mole. This is always a pain in the ass. This is always a pain in the ass. Again, you would probably just say, like, one of the great of the void, the Cloud of Darkness. Maul doesn't, you don't need to translate Maul to Demon King every time. You don't need to. It's just kind of it's kind of taken on a life of its own at this point. You absolutely do. You know, you don't need to say, like, the Demon King of the Void, the Cloud of Darkness. Presumably because I think that there's other things that would be on that level, too.
蛮神を擁するメラシディアの軍勢と魔王配下の用意を擁するアラグの軍勢の正面衝突。それは悲惨な戦いだったよ。
God, the Yoi again. Oh, shit. I just crashed my Omiton there for a second. Alright. So it's like... Yeah, this... The forces of Mericidia with idols at their side, the Alligans with their aberrations. With their, like, aberrants, you know, the Yoi. Engaged in head-on conflict. Yeah, it was it's not like tragic. His son is like, the battle was, terrible. In the classical sense of terrible.
俺たちもそのあたりの歴史については詳しいつもりだが、まるで見てきたような口ぶりだな。
And we're, pretty familiar with that period of history, but from the way you're talking about it, you were there, weren't you?
事実見ていたんだ。
I saw what really happened. Well, it's like that jijitsu is more like, yes, I saw.
かの地へと駆けつけた私と
I heard the roar of like Tiamat in her it's not really peril, you would say. It's like I guess you would, in English you'd probably just say like I heard Tiamat's roar for assistance. Yeah, and like I flew as fast as I could.
姉であるアジュダヤはね
With my sister, Azudaya.
本来我ら竜にはオスメスの性別はないのだが人の言葉で言い表すならアジュダヤは私にとって姉と呼ぶべき存在だろう
That's the first time they mentioned this. It's like, yeah, us dragons are not exactly like like delineated between male and female. It's like whatever their distinction is, it's kind of different or whatever. But if I were to describe it in human terms, Ajida would be, someone I would call my sister. It seems unnecessarily. I think you could just go with the other way. That's fine. I get what they're going for. I was the last to hatch, and she raised me like a mother. If I...
だから当時も共にあり、ティアマットの方向を聞いて南方に向かい、その窮地を救わんと、用意の軍勢と戦ったのだ。
Yeah, that is why we were together then, and when we heard Tiamat's roar, we headed south. And fought against an army of aberrations to save them and to save Tiamat.
しかし、どれほど打ち倒しても用意は無数に現れる。消耗戦を強いられる中で、やがてアジュダヤは戦況を変えるべく賭けに出た。
Okay, and no matter how many you defeat, how many you kill, countless more aberrations will come to take their place. Finding ourselves in the war of attrition, Ajudaya took a risk to change the tide of the war.
ボイドゲートに突入し、用意の軍勢の大元を叩こうとしたのだ。
He flew into the Void Gate, but it attempted to defeat the origin of this army, this aberrant army.
無論、私も姉さんを追って。アラグの根拠地にそびえ立つ水晶の塔に向かったが 目の前でゲートが閉じてしまってね。
Of course, I followed her to the. Yeah, like I chased after her to the. And headed for the, like the crystal tower, that stood. It's like, yeah, it's the crystal tower that towered above the Allegan base. But you don't want to use the word tower twice. But the gate closed right in front of my eyes. But it's like, that's like when he was right there. Since then, my sister, Ajudea, has never been found. It's like she's been missing. You guess you would just say she's been missing ever since.
クリスタルタワーの記録にもそんな話は記載されてなかったぞ。
I really should take back what I said about being, about knowing a lot about this period of history. Nothing like that was mentioned in the, the archives in the Crystal Tower at all.
アラグにとっては取るに足らない出来事だったのだろう。破れかぶれになった竜がボイドゲートに飛び込み、そして帰ってこなかっただけなのだから。
And to the Allegans, it was likely an entirely insignificant occurrence. Yeah, a desperate dragon flew into a void gate and was never seen again.
ともかく、私はそれから長きにわたり、アジダヤの痕跡を探し求めた。
In any case, or this is more like however. I continued to search for any sign of Ajda for, centuries.
だが、アラグの滅亡に伴い、竜が通過できるほどのゲートを開く技は失われ、姉さんを追跡する手段もなくなってしまった。
However, with the fall of the Allegan Empire, the means of opening a void gate large enough for a dragon to travel through was lost. I had no way of tracking down Ajigaya.
でも、現にここにはボイドゲートがある。それも、ラザハン式錬金術の技法を用いた装置で人為的に制御されたものが。
But there is a void gate here. It's like operated by the. It's utilizing like Razahan alchemy and artificially controlled, but.
ラザハンが起こるよりも前のことだ。アジダヤ捜索のため、ボイドに渡る術を探し求めていた私は、北上界の海底にて自然に生じたらしいクラックを見出した。
Okay. This is before the like rise of Razan, like the glory days, the rise, the flourishing, whatever, of Razan, while searching for a means to travel to the void in order to search for Ajita. Discovered a seemingly naturally occurring crack at the bottom of the Fertile Sea.
だがそのクラックは小さく、竜の巨体では通過が叶わなくてな。しかし、ラザハン建国によって錬金術師たちの協力を得られるようになったことで、事態が動き出した。
Okay, the crack was small and far too small for a dragon's massive body to fit through. However, with the foundation of the nation of Razahan, I was able to obtain the assistance of of its alchemists to devise a solution.
彼らは本当によくやってくれたよ。数十年の時を経て、このような人形を通すほどにまでクラックを拡張してくれたのだから。
And they did spectacularly. Well, honestly, that's a bit too ostentatious the way that this guy is talking. Like, 本当によくやってくれたよ. Honestly, yeah, you would just say, like, this is a thing. I'm assuming that they're going to still be doing this in the English. They're gonna make this dude talk like an ancient dragon, just like all of the other ones. Like, they would say, and thus they did served me well, or some shit like that. When he really just says, 彼らは本当によくやってくれたよ. This is just like they really did a great job. After decades had passed, they expanded it to the point where a doll like this could pass through. Like, remember how the whole reason that Estinian trusts Vritra is the fact that he doesn't talk like an ostentatious ancient dragon? Remember?
確か以前にお前はこう言っていたな。天竜たちに方向で語りかけたが、アジュダヤは答えなかったと。つまりそれは。
You said before. Oh, I don't remember this con. Okay, yeah, like you roared out to the Vinley dragons and Ajudaya did not answer. So what you meant was...
人形の体を使い、ゲートを通ってボイドに赴いたが、姉さんを見つけることは叶わなかった。
I used this doll to go through the gate to the void, but I never found her.
ボイドに足を踏み入れた私が見たのは、ゲートが開いたことを感知して、押し寄せる妖異たちの姿だけ。
When I stepped into the void, all that I noticed, all that I could, like, sense was aberrations surging towards me, sensing that the gate had been opened.
結局は、すぐにこちらの世界に帰らざるを得なかったのだ。
In the end, I had no choice but to return here.
そのままではラザハンの民に類が及ぶ可能性が高い。アジュダヤと人を天秤にかけ、後者を選んだというわけか。
Oh shit. Hard call out. If things continue like, if you allow this to continue like this, it's highly likely that the people of Kazahan will pay for it. So it seems like you... Oh, wait. Kono, sono mama. No, never mind. It was sono, not kono. Ignore me. It's like, so then... knowing that if, like, the gate was left as it was, that the people of Razan would suffer. You weighed... It's like the option was between Ajudaya and those humans, and you chose the latter. Like, he chose the people of Razan over his sister.
アジュダヤはあなたの方向に答えなかったのではなく、そもそも方向が届かない場所に今もなおいるのですね。次元の壁によって隔たれた 第13世界に。
It's not that Ashidaya did not respond to your orb, but rather that she is still, like, remains in a place where that cannot reach. In the 13th world. Like, divided or separated by, like, yeah, dimensional wall. A dimensional wall, right?
いずれにせよ、すぐに引き返したのは正解だった。第13世界に残り続けていたら、いかに天竜とは言っても、容易化してしまう危険性があるからな。
Okay. In any case, it was the right... You made the right decision to turn back. If you had stayed in the 13th, no matter how, powerful of a dragon you may be, there's the risk of transforming into a, one of those aberrant monsters.
あんたも闇の世界で目にしただろう。
And yeah, you've seen the world of darkness too, haven't you? I mean, yeah. You can talk about what happened to Nero. Pari pari. That's fun. Yeah, it's like I remember, yeah, when Nero turned all purple and like craggly. Started like turning into rocks and shit. Pari pari. I think you probably would go with like, crispy. Or like crackly. Yeah, the ether in Nero's body was like thrown in disarray and he was on the verge of transforming. So then... Like, then it would have only been a matter of time before he would have transformed into an aberrant while still living. So then, Ashitaya is already... No, sorry, I was just talking about what might happen. Like possibilities.
七大天竜の鱗はエーテルの変化にめっぽう強いはずだ。五根の霊輪の素材としても使われたぐらいだし、そう簡単に容易化することは。
The scales of the 7 heavenly dragons are incredibly resistant against any changes in ether or like any alterations of ether in ether. We even use them as the materials for those, the like soul ward scales. You wouldn't turn into a monster or turn into an aberrant that easily.
そうか。霊輪があれば、第13世界に長期間滞在したとしても、容易化することなく行動できるかもしれないな。
Wait. So if we had those, soul ward scales, we might be able to stay in the, someone might be able to stay in the 13th for an extended period of time without transforming.
いずれにせよ終わったことだ。姉さんがあの暗がりに消えたのは5000年以上も前のこと。
In any case, it's, it's all already over. It's too late. It was over 5,000 years ago when my sister disappeared into the darkness.
何より今の私には守らねばならない民がいる。
And above all, now I have the people who I must protect.
そも私は遺跡に入り込んだものを感知し、いたずらにゲートを開くことがなきようここに来たのだ。宝の回収も兼ねてな。
Okay. Yeah, in any case, I, came here, like, when I detected people entering the ruins, I came here to try to prevent them from opening the gate. And, I could get the treasure back while I was at it. Like, to recover it, collect.
いっそ忘れてしまえたらどれだけ。
It's like I'd do anything just to be able to forget. Or like you could say, I wish so much that I could just forget. Hmm.
人為的にボイドクラックを拡張した上でボイドゲートとして制御し利用するだなんて。
Okay, that's just void crack expand artificially, use void gate, okay. Yup.
ともかくもっと詳しく話を聞かせてもらえないかしら。
Wait a minute, isn't this the exact same thing you just said? Like, could you tell us about it in more detail?
構わ
What?
ないが、その前にアルキミア製薬堂へと戻り、君たちが破壊した守護者の代わりを用意させなければ、ゲートの守り手が不在というのはいささか問題なのでね。
Okay, we need to return to prepare, replacement for the guardians you destroyed. Not having any guards at the gate would be quite problematic.
それを言われると逆らえないわね。
Well, actually, no, that's
力ずくで破
Isasaka.
壊してしまって申し訳なかったわ。
Yeah, it would be a bit of a
修復に手が
problem
必
to
要
not
な
have
ら
a guard
喜ん
for
で
the
協
gate.
力させてもらうのだけど。
We put it that way, we can't exactly say no. We're sorry about, just destroying it. If you need help repair you, we'd be glad to help.
大丈夫。この体と同様、いくつか予備があるのだ。ともかく、ラザファンに戻るとしよう。
Okay, let's go back to Razan. Sure. That was a bit of a ridiculous thing to say, though. He said, like, just like this body of mine, I've got some spares. Apparently, he has spare versions of Baruchan. You would really think that he would want to, like, not use his disguise as, like, a kid, because that would mean that he'd have to constantly be swapping it out.
「ボイドゲートについて話す前に、君たちが壊した守護者の件が先だ。
Okay, before we discuss the Void Gate. Okay, well, we have to deal with the matter of the Guardian that you destroyed.
宝物殿の守護者カプクルが完全に破壊された。すまないが予備の手配を頼みたい。
Okay, the Guardian of the Treasure Hall, Kapukura has been destroyed.
一
You need
体
to make some
何者の
backups.
仕業ですか？洞窟者？ゾットの異様？それとも週末の？
Wait, who could have possibly done this? Grave robbers? The evidence for the Tower of Zot? Some lingering effects of the apocalypse? No, it was us. Oh yeah, no, we're all just looking around like, man, who could have possibly done this? We're seriously doing every single character.
その様子、まさか皆さんが。
Wait, don't tell me you all.
いえ、詳しくは聞きますまい。すぐに予備を運び込むようにいたしますので。
No, no, you don't need to tell me the details. We'll get the backup ready as soon as possible.
さて、待たせてすまない。例のボイドゲートについて聞きたいことがあるのだったね。
Okay. Sorry to keep you waiting. You wanted to ask me more about the void gate.
あのゲートは今どういう状態にあるの？
Okay, then I'll begin. What state is the gate in at present?
錬金術の知識で作られた装置と私の魔力によって完全に制御下に置かれ封印されている。何者にも悪用できないように。
It's under complete control, sealed by a device created with, like, a combination of the chemical knowledge and my magical power, so as to not be misused
そ
by
もそも
anyone.
あの宝物殿自体がゲートの存在を秘匿するために作らせた施設なのだ。
In the first place, that treasure hall was, built to conceal or to hide the existence of the gate to begin with.
たかが異世界の扉一つに随分手が込んでるな。
I'm assuming that, like, Yashola or somebody is going to yell at him for this. He's like, what? Yeah, it's a lot of effort to go through for, like, just one door to another world.
それだけ危険なのよ。ボイドから用意が湧き出す可能性があるのだから。
Yeah, I mean, that's just how dangerous it is. There's a possibility that aberrance from the void could spring forth.
でも、あの規模のゲートでは、インプ程度の下級用意がせいぜいといったところかしら。人が通ることも難しいはずよ。
Yeah, okay, but for a gate of that size, the most that would be able to come out would be like an imp. Be incredibly difficult for people to pass through. By the way, this is not referring to the Kappa. The English translation for that into imp is very stupid.
そうなのか？アルフィノぐらいなら無理やり押し込めば通れそうに見えたが。
Wait, really? I mean, I think Alfino would be able to make it through, like if you shoved him in there.
問題は見た目の大きさではないの。通過可能な魂のエーテルの許容量が鍵なのよ。
Okay, the problem isn't size, it's the etheric density of a soul capable of passing through. Like there's an ether limit, is basically what you're just saying.
しかし、あなたはゲートを拡張することで魔法人形を第13世界へと送り込むことに成功した。そう言っていたわね。
However, yeah, you said that by expanding that gate, you were able to send that, doll to the 13th world, right?
ああ、私は発見したクラックを壊すことなく広げる方法を錬金術師たちに研究させたのだ。
Yes, I had the alchemists research a method to expand the discovered crack without destroying it.
その結果、とある錬金術師がゲート拡張の秘術を考案。私の魔力を用いることでそれを実現させたというわけだ。
Or it's like, I guess that was more like instead of destroying it. Actually, no, I'm just gonna stick to my guns. Okay. And so in the end, a certain alchemist discovered a technique to expand the gate. By utilizing my own magical energy, I was able to implement it
だが、今やその秘術は失われた。 アジュダヤの創作を諦めたことで継承も不要となり、長き時の中で忘れ去られたのだ。
But now that technique, that method has been lost, after I gave up on the search for Ajudaya, there was, no need to pass it down. And over time, over many years, it's been forgotten.
あのゲートは今日の昔に役目を終えているのだよ。
Yeah, the gate had fulfilled its... this is a bit of an awkward line. I mean, you would just say, like, the gate's purpose was completed a long time ago. It's like, we're done with it. We don't need to do anything else with it. I guess you would say, like, fulfilled its duty.
俺たちが第
Served its
13世界
function.
に渡った時はクリスタルタワーがあったからな。
We went to the 13th world, it was through the Crystal Tower. Crystal Tower was there.
あの塔には魔王級の用意である暗闇の雲との契約に基づいたボイドゲートを開く機構が組み込まれていたんだ。そしてそれを起動する莫大なエ
I'm
ネル
just
ギ
gonna
ー
kind
を
of skip over these recap lines for things we already know. Tower had a mechanism to, open a void gate, contract with the Cloud of Darkness, cost an
だが
immense
暗
amount of
闇の
energy
雲
to
は散り
activate.
契約は無効化された。つまり塔の力でゲートは開けないということさ。
Yep, Cloud of Darkness was destroyed and the contract nullified.
も
There's
ち
no
ろ
way for it to
ん
open the
他の
gate.
用意と契約を結べば再びゲートを開くことも理論上は可能だろう。用意の裏切りというリスクを背負うことになるだろうけどな。
Of course, it would theoretically be possible to open the gate again if another contract was made with a Aberrant of the Void, though that would run the risk of being betrayed by said Aberrant.
どうにかしてあのゲートが再び使えるようになれば、あなたのお姉さんだって探しに行くことが。
Here, if you're a Reaper, your soul says. I mean, the context for that is a little bit weird. Oh, if it's a response to that line, it's like, that would be like, oh, you're on thin ice yourself. Remember that, like, what you're doing is, like, the exception to the rule. Because, like, you would be making a contract or whatever, and she's like, look, yeah, what you're doing, that's not a good, normal idea to do. Then. Just because you're doing it doesn't mean that we should. Okay, if somehow the gate becomes operational once again... you could resume the search for your sister, or... I mean, that's kind of like
先ほど
saying,
も言ったはずだ。アジュダヤの件はもう終わったことだ。今の私には守
It
ら
was
な
kind
きゃ
of
ならぬ
offering
民が
your
いる
help
の
as
だから
well, basically. I said it before. That's all. It's all already over. And, I must protect the people.
そういえば君たちはなぜあの宝物殿に
Yeah, by the way, what exactly were you doing in the treasure hall? The options are... We heard that there was treasure there. Astidian just dragged me along into it. It's like Astidian roped me into this. I mean, I think that just saying, like, we heard there was treasure.
し訳ない。あの宝は有事に備えて少しずつ蓄えたものでな。
Oh, that's fun. Wait, that's really fun. I like this line a lot. Like, oh, so that's why. I'm sorry. That treasure is something like how do you say this? Like, I put money aside, like, bit by little in case of an emergency. He's talking about it like, the expression here is basically like if you found the fucking piggy bank. It doesn't sound nearly as serious. But, he's like a massive dragon, and so he's like, oh yeah, that's just a little something I've got put away for emergencies.
終末による被害への救済に用いるべく持ち出そうと考えていたところだったのだ。
I was going to bring it out so that it could be used to, help alleviate the cost of the damage inflicted by the apocalypse.
そういうことなら宝は諦めるとするさ。元より本気で狙っていたわけでもない。
In that case, we'll give up on the treasure. I mean, we weren't even really after it to begin with.
だろ、相棒?
Isn't that right?
ねえ、ブリトラ。もう一度、あの遺跡のボイドゲートを調べさせてもらっても？もちろん、無理に開けようとしたりしないと約束するわ。
Yeah, at least to me, that reads as funny because it's, a ridiculous mountain of treasure, and he's talking about like, yeah, I was putting aside a little bit of money in case of an emergency over the years. Do let me investigate the void gate in more detail. I won't try and force it open or anything.
君たちには返し
I'm
き
kinda
れ
going
ない
fast
ほどの
through
恩が
these.
ある。好きにしてくれて構わない。
I could never possibly repay you for all that you've done for us and me. Of course, feel free.
ありがとう。そう言ってもらえると気兼ねなく調べられるわ。
Okay, thank you. In that case, I'll... Yeah, but I won't hold back. I'll, take full advantage.
私もお付き合いしたいところですが、宝物殿の調査結果をレポリットたちに伝えなければ名残惜しいですが、ここで失礼いたします。
I'd love to join you as well, but I have to convey the results of the investigation to the reporite. Yeah, though I do wish I could stay, I will... please, excuse me.
俺もオールドシャーレアンに戻るとするよ。
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to Old
バルデシ
Charlane.
オン委員会に来た依頼について、あんたにも相談したいって言ってた。都合がつくようだったら、文化...
Okay, Kururu, go back to the Bolesian committee branch to, Kururu had a job for you. Come back and talk about it, sure.
それじゃ、私も行ってくるわね。ゲートの調査結果に興味があるようなら、また後でこの場所に来てちょうだい。
Okay. I'll be leaving as well if you're interested in the results of the, investigation of the gate. Come back here.
新たなクロニクルクエスト、ミソロジー・オブ・エオールゼアが解放されました。
Hey, there we
バル
go.
デシオン軍艦の新顔のバルデシオン委員から受注可能です。
Okay, new Chronicle Quest, Mythology of Eorzea. Written out in all katakana. I believe in English this is called Myths of the Realm, which... I need hacks to stop using the word realm. I really need them to stop. It's in every single bad piece of fantasy media. Of saying, what a threat to the realm! I don't understand what their obsession with the word realm is, but it's He really is like a moron shibboleth. Yeah, I guess D&D brain rot shibboleth would be the better way of saying it. No, yeah, they just use the word realm to mean fantasy area. You may want to finish out this quest first. God damn it. Fine. 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 Look, if these people started using words like shibboleth, but then using it like correctly, I wouldn't be that upset. Except for the part where, you know, you'd have to actually be translating it into a place where the Japanese used an equivalent term, which they usually don't. But no, I'm using it to mean a signifier of belonging to a particular group. Like, utilizing the word realm is just a hard tell that you're, you know, D&D brain rot. It's like, oh, I see that you're calling your fantasy world, like, oh, you have a character say, like, oh, this poses such a threat to the realm. I'm like, okay, there you go. I know what you are.
さて、宝をいかにして救済に用いるのか詳細を決めなければならないのだが。
Yeah, we have to figure out how to use the treasure for aid. Would you be willing to help? Of course. Oh, no. I mean, well, I was like, this one I didn't even really realize what they were talking about because it seems like a weird thing to say. But it's like, oh yeah, you know, we want to make up for destroying that thing, but like, no. No, that's fine. Yeah, I'm fine by me, you know. Gotta see this through the end. Complete. Oh. It's like, meanwhile, somewhere else. What in the goddamn? Dude, Escape from Duckov is surprisingly in-depth and actually good. It's fucked up. It has no right to be as good as it is. Who is? Oh, wait a second. Is this what's-his-face? Is this the, shit, what was his name? What was his name? You fought him in the, Heavensward Alliance raid. He used that, like, weird gate mechanic. Is it that guy? Is it... Oh, that's a classic Final Fantasy S design.
宣告、門が開かれた反応を確認。それも、こちら側からではなく、あちら側からの干渉で。
Have I played Final Fantasy IV? But no, but I've heard that one song. It's just the five, those five, yeah. But I can sense it's like what I sensed or it's like I've confirmed that the gate has opened, you know, not from this side. You know, but like by what, interlopers from the other side.
こちらでも観測した。珍しい事例ではあるが、あのような小先門など捨ておけ。 優先すべきは我らの使命よ。
I've observed... What, like I observed this as well? But it's a rare case? But a tiny gate like that, you know, ought to be ignored. Our mission must take priority.
この旅は1万年以上も待ち続けてようやく訪れた好機。是が非でも手繰り寄せてみせようぞ。
Okay. This time, after like 10,000 years of waiting, our opportunity has finally arrived. We must seize it.
気になるのは暗闇の雲を退けた者の存在
Well, actually, hold
いかに
on.
契約で縛られていたとて生身の人にやられるような存
I'm
在ではな
not
い
sure what... Okay, this Toguriyosete... Toguriyosete? I mean, I'm assuming it's just like we need to seize the opportunities, is I guess what that probably means. Now, what's caught my eye? This is probably like what worries me is that the existence of the one who repelled the cloud of darkness. You know, like, no matter how, like, bound by contract they may have been, you know, they were not the sort of thing that could be defeated by a human.
不可かいいじゃねえか。生きた強者が向こうからやってくるって言うんなら大歓迎だ。世界丸ごと叩き潰してやるぜ。
How wonderful. Like, what if a champion, I guess you would say, from... Like, would like, come here, then I welcome them. It's like, I'll destroy them alongside the whole world, haha. Why are these things called
そ
thrones?
の息やよし。だが忘れるな。
I didn't even look at the names. Hold on, let me check the names. I mean, that one's Knight in Black. Oh yeah, no, that's just Monolith. That's like Monolith of Water, Monolith of Fire. I can't imagine what Monorisu could be other than that. Hold on. Let me just make sure there. No, yeah, that's Monolith. Yeah, no idea why they would call it Throne then. That's just another case of changing shit, just to change it. It's like your enthusiasm is... Or that's like your zeal is appreciated, but do not forget.
もはや太陽の巡りすらなくなって久しい。この世界で我らが戦い続けてきたことの意味を。
Okay, the meaning of our... Like, the meaning of why we, like, continue to fight. Ah, that's such a fun way of, like... You know, in a world where the sun has long since stopped turning.
「始めようではないか。世界を救うための聖戦を。
聖戦! Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, let us begin. The holy war to save this world. You can either go with holy war or crusade. For that. I would probably go with holy war, considering that one. That is fun. And the next quest. Wow, that's the least interesting quest name I've ever seen. Wow. That's just like now on Savanea Island. Or like the present for Savanea Island. You know what? I'm good, actually. That's just like, that's the most vanilla-ass quest name physically possible. The current state of affairs on Savanea Island. Wow. I'm assuming that this is the place, right? This is the place?
Oreo さん、お帰りなさい。
I'm
もしかし
back.
て、とある依頼の件で、いらっしゃってくれました？クルルさんがあなたに相談したいと話していたっていう。
Okay. You come here for that, you know, that request. That job. Kururu wanting to speak with you? Okay.
そ
Yeah.
れならすぐに呼んでき。
Yay. Please wait right here.
ありがとう、来てくれたのね。以前にも話した通り、あなたとラハ君に持ちかけたい話があったの。
Okay, thanks for coming. As I said, there's something I wanted to, you know, talk to you and Raha about.
前に言ってた、例の件についてだよな。文館の活動記録の整理も、一区切りついたし、任せてくれ。
Oh. Okay, I don't. Yeah. Oh, it's about that thing, right? Okay, finish sorting out all the
それ
records.
に、海底遺跡の探検
I
に
can
行
I
っ
can
て、
deal with it.
改め
Okay.
て気づいたんだよ。フィールドワークの良さってやつにさ。
But you know, I really did. You know, I remembered when we were going to those underwater ruins, you know, the joy of field work.
そういう意味では、まさにお望みの依頼ね。まずは前提を伝えさせてちょうだい。
Okay, in that case, you know, it's a perfect request for you. Okay, let me tell you about what's going on.
オレオさんも知っての通り、バルデシオン委員会は、おじいちゃん、ガラフ・バルデシオンが創立した調査研究機関よ。
As I'm sure you're aware, the Valdesian Committee is a research institution founded by my grandpa, God of Valdesian.
その究極的な研究目標は、星のありようの解明。星の意志や、それに接触しうる、超える力について、研究していたのもそのためだけど。
Oh, okay, so this is actually getting interesting. The ultimate goal of that research was to, you know, explain or to clarify the like precise nature of the world. That's why he was researching the will of the world and the transcendence capable of contacting it.
あなたを含めた暁のおかげで多くの謎が解けたわ。委員会は存在意義を果たし終えたんだって思えるほどにね。でも本当にそうかしら？
Thanks to the Dawn and you included, we've solved many mysteries. Almost feels like the committee has, you know, fulfilled its intended purpose, but have we really?
思い出して私たちは研究の過程で知り得た世界の脅威についての対策も言ってきた。クリスタルタワーや三頭人に関する調査もその一環ね。
Okay, we've taken measures to, like, against any threats to the world. I'm skimming. Okay, investigation of the Crystal Tower, the like 3 gods. I don't remember that thing actually. That was part of that. Actually, don't remember that at all.
はすべて知ることから始まっていた。なら、私たちはまだ知的探求を
Okay,
止めるべ
I
きじゃない。
get what you mean
そ
here.
う思っているの。
She's like, she was saying that we had dealt with a lot of problems, listed out all those problems, and that the way that we discovered how to deal with those problems began with knowledge. So we shouldn't stop. We shouldn't put an end to our intellectual pursuits just yet. Or it's like, we shouldn't stop our pursuit of knowledge just yet.
バル島の消滅によって本部と人員の多くを失ってしまったけれど、委員会のみんなの思いを継いでいきたいから。
Hey, with the destruction of the island of Baal, we lost our headquarters and many of our personnel, but we have to like carry on the will of everyone in the committee.
ごめんなさい。
Or
固い
that, rather,
話になっ
that's
ちゃったわ
I
ね。
want to
本題に
carry
戻
on
し
the
ましょう
will
か。
of everyone in the committee. Yeah, sorry, this was a bit of a heavy topic to bring up. Or it's like that was a bit heavy to be bringing up now. Let's get back on topic.
私たちはバルデシオン委員会の活動記録だけじゃなく、委員会宛てに届いた依頼も整理していたの。その中に気になる案件があったというわけ。
We're organizing not only the records of the activities of the Balestian Committee, but also the requests that were given to the committee. Among them, there was a certain one that caught my attention. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
依
Now I
頼
remember.
主はご存知、聖恋なく財団のラムブルースさんよ。ラハ君も、これは初耳でしょう。
Oh, the client was, Nombrus from the St. Koinak Foundation. Sure, you're, like, well aware of that. This is the first time you would have been hearing about this.
マ
Right?
ジかよ。ってことは、モードゥナの調査地で何か異変があったのか？
No way. I guess some weird's happening in the, like, research site in Mordona.
ええ、バルデシオン委員会に引き取ってほしい案件があるみたい。クリスタルタワーの一件で監査役を務めた実績もあるしね。
Dude, there's a matter they want the, Baldician committee to, like, take over for. Or it's like something that they want to... There's like a case they want us to take on, an incident they want us to take on. Would serve as an auditor in the Crystal Tower incident after all. Like, it's kind of like we all
詳
in
細は不
one.
明だけど、何でも古代アラグ文明の調査を専門とする聖恋なく財団では手に余る未知に出会ったのだとか。
Okay. We don't have many details to go on, but it seems like the St. Koinak Foundation specializes in researching ancient elegant civilization, has encountered something unknown that's beyond their capability to handle.
今回お願いしたいのは、その先行調査よ。ラムブルースさんに会って、詳細を聞いてきてほしいの。
Okay.
どうかしら？
So the job is just a preliminary investigation. Go to Romulus, ask for more details. You okay with that? Yep.
ありがとう。助かるわ。じゃあ、二人で。
Okay,
私は
Romulus.
軍艦の管理のた
Go
め
to
に
Remnant
残るけれ
Stall.
ど、
Romulus,
もしも
come
人
meet
手
us.
が不足するような事態になったらいつでも呼んでね。
Okay, if you need any help, feel free to call. We stand here.
さあ行こう。オレオ、準備を整えたらすぐに向かうか。
Okay, go to Revenant's Soul. You know, I feel like it's been nothing but Graha episodes. It's just been back to back to back to back Graha episodes. Can we get a no Graha episode sometime soon? No? I guess not. Like, he's fine, but it's a lot of Graha all at once. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
オレオ、ラムブルースはまだ来てないみたいだね。
Yeah, it looks like Tom Bruce isn't here yet.
すまない、待たせてしまったかな。
Sorry to keep you waiting.
ラムブルース、
Oh, Tom Bruce, you've been doing alright?
グラファ、ティア、オレオ、
Hope you all are doing well as well.
そして要請に応えてくれてありがたい。早速本題に入ってしまうが。
Okay. I'm grateful that you are here to...
実は我々のもとに幻域を発見したという探検家が現れたのだ。
Motherfucker, it's doing the thing again. I don't know why it does this. Okay. Oh? Okay, what? It's like an explorer appeared to... Geeky. Claiming to have discovered the, like, what, illusory realm?
幻域ってクルルの言ってた未知ってそういうことか。
God, this is bothering me. I'm gonna have to fix this again. Okay, the illusory... I don't know if you would say phantom for this. It's pretty annoying. It's like illusory. You might say phantom realm or something, but probably not. But that's what... Okay, so that's what Kururu meant by, like, the unknown. Okay, give me a second. I need to see if I can get this to stop fucking doing the thing that it's doing, where it just, like, keeps repeating the same obnoxious-ass MTL thing in the corner. Seeing stuff be completely wrong like that really fucks you up.
あんたは知らないか？一種の都市伝説みたいなものなんだが。
Oh, okay. Oh, you don't know about it? It's like, yeah, it's like you know, it's kind of an urban legend.
このエオルゼアには蜃気楼のように現れるが、入ろうと近づくと消えてしまう幻の領域が点在するって噂なんだ。
Yeah, I don't know if I like Phantom then. I really don't like Phantom, because, okay, it's... Maboroshi can mean Phantom. It can also mean just illusion, dream, apparition. It can mean a lot of different stuff. I don't like necessarily saying Phantom. Illusory sounds weird, but I don't like Phantom. Is about where I'm at. Rumor has it that Eorza is dotted with, like, yeah, illusory... And also, it's not even necessarily realm, it's doiki, like areas. It's just like areas. There are places in space. I need to think about something for this, but I'm just gonna say illusory realms until now. Appear like mirages, but disappear when you approached into them.
古くから伝承はあったようだが、未だに実在は証明されておらず、歴史書や公的な記録にもほとんど登場しない。
Okay, there's been legends of them since ancient times, but the existence of them hasn't been proven. They appear very rarely in any history books or official records.
それなのに、見たという噂やヨタ話は絶えず語られる。多くの探検家の心を掴んで離さないロマンってわけさ。
It's like, but rumors and, stories of sightings constantly circulate. But like, for this roman, you don't actually say romance. It's like, it's, you would just say like, it's a sort of thing that like captivates the hearts of explorers.
あんたが話をよこすくらいだから嘘じゃないだろうが、本当に実在したのか?
And since you're going all the way to, come talk to us, I'm sure that there's, like it's legitimate, but well, it's like, it's not a lie or anything, but is it actually real?
ええ、私たちも疑ったが、その探検家の話に嘘偽りはなかった。しかしそれは我々の専門分野を凌駕するものだったのです。
Yes, we didn't believe it at first. However, the explorer was not lying, but it is something that far surpasses or far exceeds our area of expertise.
考古学を専門とするあんたがそう断言するとなると、過去文明の遺跡を見間違えたって線は薄いか。
That's a mouthful. Okay, so since you're an archaeologist, if you're an archaeologist saying that, it's not like this is some sort of like ancient civilization's ruins that are just being misidentified.
とにかく自分の目で確かめてみ。
Okay, we gotta go see it in person, sure.
バルデシオン委員会が真実にたどり着けるように願っているよ。
Hope the Palestinian committee can, get to the
普段
truth
の
of it
探
all.
検家にはバルデシオン委員会の到着を待ってほしいと伝えたのだが、人を待つのは性分じゃないと一人探索を続けている。
As for the explorer in question, to wait for the Palestinian committee to arrive, but they said, like, waiting for others isn't my style. Sitting around waiting for others isn't my style. And went off alone.
銀涙湖の周辺にいるはずだから。
Yeah, it should be by Silvertear Lake. Thank you, Dom Bruce. Oh, okay.
じゃあ手分けをしてその探検家を
Split up and find that explorer. Alright. It feels like I don't even know how many quests have been in this exact little bubble. But it feels like a lot. No, I mean, I'm not even talking about, like, in,
この辺りに人がいる様子はない。
I'm not even talking about, like, in Revenant Soul. I'm talking about, like, this circle in specific. Like, this tiny little circle. I'm sorry.
小さなオポオポが佇んでいる。
Baby
まさか
Opopo
探検家というのは彼のこと。
is this the explorer? Hmm.
俺をあんたまさかそいつを探検家だと思ってないだろうな。
Okay. You don't really you don't actually think that that's the explorer we're looking for, right?
俺はデリック、幻域を発見した探検家だ。わざわざ探してくれたみたいで悪かったな。
Okay, I'm Derek, the explorer discovered that illusory realm. You can maybe say domain or something like that, I don't know. Sorry to make you come out looking for me.
ああ、こいつが気になるか。
Oh, you're wondering about them, him?
以前、怪我していたのを見つけてな。助けてやったら、ついてくるようになっちまったんだ。まあ、気にしないでくれ。
I found it injured before when I helped it out a bit and started following me around. Don't pay it any mind.
そっちの彼女が、週末から星を救った英雄だろう？噂は聞いてるよ。あんたが来てくれるとは良好だ。幻域の調査を請け負ってくれるのか？
Okay, you're the hero, saved the world from the apocalypse. With the rumors, glad that you're here. You're gonna help out with the exploration, yup.
それについてなんだが、正式に引き受けるかを判断するために、まずは先行調査という形を取らせてくれ。そもそも、幻域は本当に実在するのか？
In regards to that, we're conducting a preliminary investigation to determine whether or not we're going to formally accept that offer. Or it's like, it is an offer. It's like whether or not we're going to formally accept the request. First, does this illusory realm really
こ
even
こ、モー
exist?
ドナに突如として現れた、幻域に至るもん。
Yes, the gate to this illusory realm appeared here in
前
Moldana.
人未到の探検家たちの夢は、すぐそこに。さあ、案内するよ。
It's like what, like the sort of uncharted territories that explorers dream of is close at hand. I'll show you the place. Mort got us into a fucking connect. I cannot move it. It's just a perfect video, honestly.
おい
Whoa. Well, it's like, hey, wait. Oh, he's just walking on water. Okay.
すごいだろ？門の出現と同時に魔法が発動したみたいでな。こうして歩けるようになってる。
Amazing, isn't it? Okay, it looks like when like the gate appeared, like this magic activated at the same time. You know, that's why I can walk over the water like this. It's more like Wii. Okay, that is fun again. Very difficult to translate this one, but it's... I mean, I guess you would say, like, that's just like Uriandra's water walking technique. It's the shiki. It is like, you know, school or style. Whoa. I'm just gonna say, like, wait, you know, is that safe?
大丈夫だから。ほら、来いよ。
Yeah, it's fine. Come on, hurry up. Alright, so we saw the guy just disintegrate into ether right in front of us. I'm gonna say mission cancelled. Like, they're just dead. Sorry, yeah. Well, did anybody know that guy's, like, name to notify the next of
すごい
kin?
な。本当に足場があるみたいだ。レビテトみたいな浮遊魔法とも違う感覚だし、永続的にかかっているなら、一体どんな原理で。
Yo, it's me, Charlotte. That guy just turned into sand? Yeah. It's like, really like I've got a, you know, solid ground beneath my feet. It feels different from, you know, like floating spells like levitate. But if it's permanent, then, you know, what, how exactly are they? What's the like, principle behind it? Yeah.
と、
By
今は
what
先に
mechanism?
進まないとな。じゃあ、行ってみるか。
Yeah, that can wait for later. Let's go. Ah! Oh, my eyes! Ah! Yeah, it's more like give it a shot, yeah.
ここが幻域
Ah, man, my fucking eyes. Ow. Umpharos. Okay. Dude, my eyes still hurt from this. It's still just so bright.
銀涙湖からこんな場所に繋がるなんて。
I can't believe the, you know, place like this is connected to Silver Tier Lake.
地面の感触に不自然な点はなし。細かな土ぼこりや匂いに至るまで何から何まで本物。この場所は魔法でも幻影でもなく本当に実在しているんだ。
Okay, when I see this line, this reminds me of that fucking Squirrel Girl panel. I can confirm that this is the real Thanos, not a body double, clone, or illusion. There's nothing unnatural about the, you know, feel of the ground, everything about it from, you know, minute dust particles, I guess, and, you know, the you know, smell. This place isn't, you know, all of it's completely real. This place isn't an illusion or like constructed via magic. It really exists.
「ようこそ始まりの幻域オムファロスへ」。
What do you go through this? Hashimori is a pain in the ass. I guess that you would call this like the first illusory realm, or Omufados. Omufados. Wow.
なあ、デリック。ここについて一つ聞きたいんだが、そのオムファロスっていうのは
Try and guess how this guy's name is spelled in the EN? Ooh. So either they would entirely change it, or... Because they wouldn't go with Derek. Dheryk. Actually, no. Dherryk. 2 R's. Maybe an apostrophe. Like, maybe an apostrophe between the D and the H. Shockingly close. Yeah, I have a, question about that. I got a question. Like, what's Omphalos?
呼び名がないと不便だと思って俺が考えた。
It's like, what's
ボ
with
ー
the
ドナはアル
Omphalos?
デナード小大陸の中心に位置するからな。へそって意味の古語から引用したんだ。
Gross. Thought it would be, inconvenient for the place to not have a name, so I came up with one. Mordona is located in the center of, the subcontinents are like small. Continent of Aldenard. You would say subcontinent. Okay, took a like old word for naval. It's like an archaic word for naval. Okay, sure.
ご覧の通り、人工物が存在するのに人の気配はない。それでいて、妙に綺麗で手入れされていたかのようだ。
Okay, though, as you can see, even though there's artificial structures, there's no sign of people, yet the place seems strangely, well maintained.
ここの調査を君たちに手伝ってもらいたい。何のためにあるのか、誰が作ったのか。
Okay, wanted your help with this investigation. You want to... Why this place is here? Who created it?
ああ、それにこの幻域が出現した理由も知りたい。今まで秘されていたのか、今やっと見つかったのか、気になるだろう
Okay. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. 1 second. I also want to know why it so suddenly appeared. Was it like hidden away until now, or just happened to be discovered now? Stuff like that.
ともかく、まずは観察してみなくて。
Okay, we just gotta look around. All right. Well, you gotta get right onto that thing.
人工的なモニュメントが立っていて、足元には見覚えのある意匠が施されている。誰が作ったのだろうか。
Okay, a artificial monument with familiar designs at the base of it. Wonder who made it. Hmm.
不可思議な建造物がオムファロスに点在している。何の
Yeah,
エオル
these
ゼアの各国の建築
mysterious
様式とは
structures
明らかに違うよな。なんというか、よくできすぎてる。
scattered around the Ompharos. Wonder what they were built for. Clearly a different architectural style from, like any of the nations of Eorzea. It's just, you know, it's so incredibly well made. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, this does seem like the... Oh. Where the hell are we, actually?
遠くにクリスタルタワーのようなものが見える。雲に隠れて見えにくいが、ここは銀涙湖上空のようだ。
Hmm. Distance, I can see something that appears like the Crystal Tower. Okay, hard to tell because of the clouds. Looks like we're above
大海
Silvertear
から
Lake.
は見えていなかったが、この島はずっとここに浮かんでいたのだろうか。
Okay, it wasn't visible from the outside world, but maybe this island has been floating here this whole time.
「どうだ、変なところだろ
What do you think? The place is, pretty strange, isn't it?
ああ、一通り見てきたが、あんたの言う通り、謎の多い場所だな。
Okay, yeah, I've taken a look around, but this place really is, you know, mysterious, like you said.
雲海の先に見えてると、あれってクリスタルタワーで間違いないよな。
That, you know, tower you can see, like, in the distance. I just crashed over the thought again. One moment. I mean, he does say, like, Sea of Clouds, right? That's the Crystal Tower, right? Like, that's gotta be the Crystal Tower.
となると、湖上に仕掛けられていた転送魔法で、俺たちは銀涙湖の遥か上空に飛ばされた、と考えるのが妥当だが。
In that case, it would be reasonable to assume that we were teleported here, like, to an island far above the lake.
銀涙湖の上空といえば、帝国の飛空戦艦とミドガルズオルムが激戦を繰り広げた空域だ。浮島があったら
They actually
影
bring that
響
up
を受けないは
immediately.
ずがない。
Though, regarding, you know, if this place is the sky above Silvertear Lake, it would be the same airspace where the, you know, incredibly fierce battle between the Empire's airships and Midgard Zolmer took place. You know, if there was a floating island somewhere around here, that definitely would have played a part in that. Or actually, no, that's like, you know, this place would have been... I guess he's referring to the island would have been affected. Right, the island would have been caught up in some amount of the crossfire.
だから、なんというか、ここは、モードナであって、モードナではない空間、次元の狭間とは言わないが、何かがずれているんだと思う。
So, yeah, how should I put it? This place... Like, this is a space that is both Moderna and not Moderna. Or, yeah, Moderna. Moderna. It's both Moderna and not Moderna at the same time. I wouldn't call it like a space between dimensions, or I wouldn't call it a dimensional rift, but necessarily, but there's some sort of, something's off about it.
ずれた場所とは言い得て妙だ。他にも気になることがあるか？
Yeah, saying, it's like, ずれた場所. I think you might say misaligned for that, like, they're calling it misaligned or out of place. It was a very apt description. Is there anything else in particular that sticks out to you?
ああ、そこにある建造物の意匠、エオルゼア十二神のシンボルだよな。
Yeah, what? The designs on the building there, on the, I guess it's like that spire, right? On that structure. It's the symbols of the Eorzean 12, right?
つまりここは十二神への信仰のため人為的に作られた場所である可能性が高い。
In other words, it's highly likely that this is a place that was like artificially manufactured, artificially constructed for the express purpose of worshipping the 12.
だが、銀涙湖上空戦の後、これほどの規模の設備を作った上で、魔法的に隠蔽する、そんなことができる奴がいるとも思えないんだ。
Okay. Okay, but after the battle of over Silvertear Lake, I can't imagine anybody could. It's like, I can't imagine that anybody could build a facility on this scale and conceal it magically following the, like, in the time between the battle over Silvertear Lake and now.
推察をするにも判断材料が少なすぎるな。
There's far too little evidence to make a guess at this rate. Hmm. Wait a second. Why do I... This is like Shining or... it is like Shining Holy Land. Aguraya. Hmm.
よし、わからないことを俺たちだけで悩んでいても仕方ない。ここは本腰を入れて調査をし直した方が良さそうだな。
Okay. No point in us, worrying about things we don't understand. Better to, redouble our efforts and get, down to some serious investigation.
それには人員や機材の確保なんかも必要になってくる。先行調査が役目の俺たちだけでは手に余る案件だ。
Okay, that will require, the acquisition of personnel, equipment, far too much for us to do on our own, considering we're just here for a preliminary investigation.
まずはバルデシオン委員会の臨時代表クルルに正式な調査の段取りをつけてきたい。 それでもいいか？
Okay. Okay, set up, like, finalize the terms for the... Saying I would like to set up a formal investigation with, the acting head of the Waldesian Committee, Kururu. Like, to make arrangements for us to begin our investigation in earnest.
ああ、君たちは先行調査なんだろう。本腰を入れてくれるっていうのなら、ありがたいくらいだ。
Yeah, you're just here, for preliminary research. Yeah, if you're willing to, do this in earnest, then, I'd be really grateful.
なら、俺たち
Okay,
行か
let's
せ
go
は
back
せぬ
to
ぞ。
Baldesi Committee. What, I shall not let you leave. Ooh. Maybe you go with, like, we. If it's two of them. What's more like, with that Ikase, it would probably just be like... Nah, you probably would say leave, I guess. I'm kind of tired right now.
人の身でありながら、神々の領域に足を踏み入れるとは、なんたる不損。そうやすやすと立ち去れると思うてか？
Huh. 人の身でありながら. That's interesting. That's interesting. I guess, it's like you would dare to set foot in the realm of the gods, like, while in human form. Still no me de arinagara. That isn't really, that's not actually the exact nuance there, but it's like, I wouldn't want to say mere humans, I wouldn't want to say mortals. It is referring to, like, the position of being human as being lesser than. But in any case, the last line is like, did you truly think you would be allowed to leave so easily? Again, my eyes.
「我は鴻上ビエル語、人が神と称するもの。
Huh. Okay, it's like I'm the okay. This is kind of obnoxious because you kind of have to use the word God twice in English. In English, this is going to sound really weird. It's like I am the god of, like, builders. That's not really the god of builders. It's like god, building of craftsmanship. Like that which humans call a god. You might go with, like, I'm pure god. Bierugol, the, like, crafter. The one whom humans call God. Call a god. Or
エオ
one
ルゼア12
human.
真の？嘘だろ、実在してたのか？
Like the Orza 12? No way. They actually exist.
目に映しておきながら、なお疑うか。我々は、信仰に作られし虚像などではない。
Huh. Now do you yet doubt, despite seeing with your own eyes? We are no mere, illusions created through faith.
十二神のすべてが、確かに存在しているのだ。
I mean, that's a bit on the nose. All of the 12 exist in earnest.
そして、ハイデリンの消失せし殿下、この星の新たな支配者となる。
And now now that Heidelin has vanished, we shall become the new rulers of this world.
我らは見届け続けてきた。エオルゼアで、この星で起きていたすべてのことを。
We have long watched everything that happened upon Eorzea, everything that happened upon this world.
そして悟ったのだ。我らが次なる、星の意志となるために、光の加護を受けた、神殺しが、障害となると。
And so we realized that in order to become the next will of the world, the God Slayer, the one possessing the blessing of light, would be a hindrance to us.
そやつ自ら神々の領域に飛び込んでくるとは、中陸するはたやすいが、どうしてくれようか。
I'm sorry, why are we using words like 中陸? Why? And for them to now, like, wander into the realm of gods personally. Like, it would be easy enough to simply execute them. It's like, but what truly ought we do, I guess you would say.
我らは、人の神ゆえ、人の前では寛容であらねばなるまい。計るべきだ、この者の進化を。
It's like what we are, as we are the gods of men, we must, like, show generosity before them. Like, we shall measure their true worth.
しかれば、敬愛にて、審理するのがよかろうて。
Okay. So then, like, what? They should, I'm just trying to think if it's, I don't know if it's really not necessarily case by case. It isn't actually case by case. It's like, this is more like we ought to face them as their trial. You know, like trial by contest or whatever.
我らのそれは、人にとって命がけの試練そのもの。結末は変わらぬだろうが、ただ滅するよりは楽しめよ
う。Okay. A trial. You know, this would be, like, our trial would be a deadly one to undergo, however. It would be more enjoyable than simply dying. Like, than simply killing them, basically.
突然現れて何勝手なことを。
That's what I'm asking. It's like, yeah, what, you just showed up. What the hell are you talking about?
人の理が神に通用すると思うてか？人の子らよ、神の理に従うがいい。
It's like, what, do you think that man's, like, human reason, human logic applies to God? You know, children of men abide by the wisdom of gods.
見よ、我らが神域に至る門は開かれた。
Okay, the gate to our divine realm. Shiki is not, in this case you would probably say realm for this one. But this is why you wouldn't, this is why you would have the actual, like, quest line not be called Myths of the Realm. Because they're gonna be using the word realm so many goddamn times for this shit. It really should be Mythology of Eorzea. The gate has opened.
人の力を我らに示してみせよ。
Yeah, show us the true power of humanity.
人の誠を我らに示してみせよ。
Huh. Okay, that's like show us the integrity of humanity.
人の魂を私たちに示してみせよ。
Show us like the soul of humanity.
存分に英気を養い、仲間を集め、武具を磨き、心して挑み来るがよい。この世界を人の手に残しておきたくば、な。
Okay, build your courage, gather allies, own your weapons, prepare to undertake this challenge. Like, if you wish for this world to remain in the hands of men. It looks like it's stabilized. Hmm.
今のは一体なんだ？俺がここの調査をしてた時にはあんなの出てこなかったぞ。
This really is. Hey, what the hell was that? While I was looking around here, nothing like that ever happened.
しかも、えらく物騒なことを言っていたな。放っておいたら、まずいことになるんじゃないか？
You know, they said some pretty messed up stuff there, like... You know, if we don't do something, it's gonna be bad, right?
いや、ちょっと待ってくれ。俺も何が何だか。
No, hold on. I have no idea what's going on either. Well, actually, this Naya Nandaka, it's like, I kind of, like, I just need to... You think.
十二神は、古くからエオルゼアの人々が信奉してきた神々だ。それぞれが異なる、物理的要素と、事象的要素を司るとされていて、各地に、神話や伝承が残ってる。
Okay, the 12 are gods that have been worshipped in Eorzea since ancient times, each is said to have, you know, control or have dominion over different physical and it's like physical and Mm. Hang on, what do you even say for this? I mean, I get what he means, where he's talking about, like, they govern over different, like, physical domains, and then also, like, more esoteric concepts of, like, you've got them... It's like, oh, you know, it's the god of water, but also of the concept of, like, fishing, or some shit like that. There's myths and legends about them in various
とはいえ、
regions.
あくまで伝承上の存在だ。それが急に出てきても、はいそうですかって信じられるかよ。しかも、星の医師になろうとしてるだなんてさ。
Yeah, but you know, those are just... They're just legends. You know, you can't just go... Well, you can't just accept that they're real just like that. And for them to say that they want to become the will of the world, that's...
ましてや、俺たちがここに来たのを見計らったように現れて、オレオの存在を知っていた。その上、支配されたくなければ、力を示せだって?
Okay, so, not to mention, they showed up immediately, like, they were... Yeah, they showed up as though they were waiting for us to get here. They knew about player character. You know, and now they say, like, oh, if you don't want to be destroyed, show us your strength.
いや、おかしいだろ。何から何まで怪しすぎだ。
And no, that's ridiculous. Something's going on here.
怪しいが、十二神を自称する、見たこともない存在であることも、確かだよな。
Okay, you know, it's suspicious, but, you know, it is true that, like, these strange beings appeared before us and called themselves the 12. Ooh, that's interesting. I'm gonna, like, ride or die with guys here. Guys of the 12 are just idols.
ハイデリンやゾディアークだって言ってしまえば番組だったわけだしな。あり得る話だとは思うが、今の段階では断言できない。
You know, Heidel and Zodiac were both idols, so it's possible, but we can't say for certain now.
いずれにせよ、星を征服するという言葉がもし本当だったら、エオルゼア全土に影響が及ぶかもしれない。
In any case, if they were serious about conquering the world, then you know, that could have an impact of... It could affect all of Eorzea.
いろいろと思うところはあるが、あんたのことだ。ここで引き返すつもりはないだろ
う? But it's like... I got a lot of my own thoughts on the matter, but, you know, knowing you, you're not going to turn back now, right?
バルデシオン委員会として正式に対応してくれるってことか?
Okay. So does that mean that the Baldessian Committee is going to accept the request formally then?
ああ、星のありようの調査と世界の脅威への対策、それがバルデシオン委員会の意義だからな。
Okay, investigation into the state of into the nature of the world, developing countermeasures against threats to it. That's the, you know, the central purpose of the Baldessian Committee. Yada yada yada. Ooh, party finder group. I don't think I'll be able to actually accept it until I get the quest itself.
じゃあ早速、具体的な対処について考えよう。デリック、あんたは、鴻上、ビエルゴが消え去った先に何があるか知っているか？
Yeah, let's think about exactly what we can... Yeah, what we can do here. Derek, do you have any idea what is waiting for us? Like, beyond this place where, Berugal disappeared to?
ああ、あの先は、それぞれ別の幻域、ビエルゴの言った新域につながっている。
How would you know this? How would you know this? I don't trust this Derek guy at all. And each one is connected to a different illusory realm. Yeah, one of those divine realms that Berugal was talking about.
エーテル的なつながりが安定しないのか、いけたり、いけなかったりって感じなんだが、あの様子だと、神々が門を開いたんだろう。
Huh. Okay, the etheric connection isn't stable. You know, sometimes it feels like you'd be able to go through, sometimes you wouldn't be able to. From the looks of it, gods must have opened the gate.
俺は一度すべての神域を探索している。その際に神は現れなかったが、
Like sometimes you can go through there,
道案内くらいは
sometimes
で
you
きる
can't.
はずだ。
Okay, I've explored all of these realms once, but... Yeah, like the gods themselves didn't appear during that time, but I'm sure I could at least guide you. You know, give
しがない
directions.
探検家なんで、君たちが守ってくれるなら、という条件付きだが、どうする？
And just, I'm just a humble explorer? Yeah, no you're not. He's also one of this dude's, whichever one of the 12 is the explorer one, that's him. Okay, if you guys can protect me, I'll, you know, serve as your guide. Is that alright with you?
鴻上ビエルゴは仲間を集め、武具を磨き、心して挑み来るが良いって言ってたな。
Yeah, Berugal said, you know, gather your allies, hone your weapons.
あんたがどれだけ強いかはよ
Like,
く知
and
ってる
prepare
が、
yourselves
実
to
力
take
が
on the
未知数の
challenge.
12人に俺とあんただけで挑むのはさすがに無謀だっていうのもわかる。
Yeah, I know how strong you are, but it'd be reckless for, like, you and I to attempt to challenge the 12. We don't know what they're capable
だ
of.
からただあんたについてくんじゃなくて一緒に勝てる方法を選ぶよ。
Okay. Okay, so it's like I won't just follow along, I'll, you know, do what we need to do to win.
俺は今回裏方だ。あんたが新域に乗り込んでいる間にバルデシオン委員会として
Okay.
最善を尽くす。
I'll be working from behind the scenes this time while you're in the, like, those divine realms. I'll do everything I
ク
can
ル
as
ル
well
に
as
連
the
絡を
committee.
取ってこの不可解な事態を解
Or
明
it's
す
like
る方法を
everything I
探
can
って
with
みるよ。
the
12
Baldur's
神に
Inn
ついて
committee.
今は一つでも多くの知識が必要だからな。
I'll get in contact with Kurura and see what we can do to figure out this, you know, mysterious... it's more like incomprehensible situation. Okay, we need to learn as much as we can about the 12.
必ず乗り越えよう。俺を神々のあんな勝手な真理なんてな。
Okay. You know, I'm sure you can make it through, you know, these, like, gods' arbitrary tests. Or, like, one-sided tests. Whatever you want to say. Whoa. Okay, let me get into that party. Let me get into that party finder thing. How exactly do you actually search for... Oh, there you go. Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, but we can probably queue up. I'll make it in time. One moment. Okay. We're back. I'd also love to... That's, you know, that's very regrettable. Sorry to hear about your condition, Exia. Hope you feel better soon. Oh no, the infection is spreading. Yep. Ah, man. What the hell is that thing? Oh, fuck. Little rabbit. Amazing. Yeah, I gotta be up mad early on Tuesday, so I was like fixing my sleep schedule a little bit, so that means I got barely any sleep. Trying to be ready to be able to get on a flight since I'm going home for Thanksgiving. But that also means that there is not going to be a stream on Wednesday. As I will be, unfortunately, incredibly regrettably, I will be in Ohio. Truly a fate worse than death, honestly, if I'm being real. Thankfully, though, I probably shouldn't get sick on the flight this time. Because I'm getting there's actually a non-stop direct to Columbus. Instead of what I would normally have to do of getting like 2 different connecting flights. And so like the total travel time is cut down to like half. which is very nice because I fucking hate. If any of you have ever flown into like Dallas Fort Worth, it is probably the worst airport in the world. And having to do like a quick connection in DFW is just, ugh. You're basically running a marathon. Through just an abject sea of people. Honestly, yeah, I massively prefer driving when I can. Like, I feel like driving is just so much better. What did you think of Mort? Oh, you mean like the little fucked up looking thing from Madagascar? You know, I think that he'll pay for his crimes. I'm willing to tolerate so much more travel time if I'm driving rather than, like, flying or being on a train. People don't get it usually, but it's the fact that you are the one actually in control of any sort of diversion or any sort of stop, anything like that. You know, you're entirely isolated in your car away from other people. You don't have to deal with other people. You don't gotta deal with their bullshit. It's nice. You get to actually be alone while traveling. I love it just being pure white on all of these. It's so nice. Frogs. Oh shit, so many frogs. Might want a different. I mean, this is all just default, man.
おそらくこの先にビエルゴが待ち構えているだろうな。
Oh god. Oh god, no.
機械仕掛けの塔が見えるか?
Oh no, why is it like this? Oh, I need to fix this immediately. That needed to get fixed instantaneously, otherwise I was just fucking blind. Oh, that didn't do, like, any actual damage. Oh, I can't even see my own... Fuck. My... Okay, I'm just gonna have to... So this doesn't even help. Let's think here. This is probably... Yeah. Okay. That's fine. Okay, it's just breaking down the... I'm attempting to actually pay attention to what's going on. Okay. So just don't stand where the hammers are? Right? I get the feeling that I am the only one standing in the spot that I am standing in, which would indicate that I should probably not be standing where I'm standing. Nope, I was actually right. That is not what I thought was going to happen there, by the way. Not even slightly did I imagine that that was what was going to occur. Where the hell is this other person's body? I'm trying to... Okay, I guess I just can't res them. Okay, there we go. Oh, okay. That... I see. Man, all of my attention was right there was spent on trying to get the damn sacred ground thing to actually ast. Oh, they DC. That's an actual DC. Okay. Man, I can't see shit of what's going on.
神々の一柱を倒すとは、君たちに調査を依頼して正解だったようだ。
Oh yeah, they do use the Shitohashira thing here that I was talking about before. I don't care about any of this gear.
イエルムを退けるとはな。ではこやつで試させてもらおうか。
Okay, like I'll have this one judge you.
人の力を見せてみよ。
神々の名のもとにあなた、塔を排除します。
I need to like turn off player names and stuff like that. Oh shit, yeah. I was just saying I need to turn off player names. And all I was doing was looking at player names, not actually what was happening. All of my attention was dedicated to thinking about what I can do to... Okay. Oh, shit. Get rid of the player names quickly, and not any thought was being put into what is the boss currently doing. Yeah, that's gotta be something that we're just gonna have to do, like, between fights, you know, or like, between actual raids.
見たこともない生物を刺激していたな。慎重に進んだ方が良さそうだ。海神ラールガーは水星と破壊を司る神だという。心してかかれよ。
決闘のためにこしらえた我が像へと至るがよ。
Okay, yeah, it's like if you wish to fight. Face me, come to the statue. Oh. Oh, I see what we're doing here.
では、海神と一戦交えようではないか。進撃の意向で地に這うがいい。
Okay, let me just throw this shit down. That was not raid damage. Oh, I cannot tell what the fuck is going on at all anymore. Like, I can't see shit. I have no idea what even just happened. Everything is just covered up in the sea of player names. And fucking summoner summons. Like, I've got party effects entirely off, but the fucking summoner stuff is still on. Okay, so I'm supposed to be, like, back here? That would make sense. Oh, it's like, oh, it's gonna be like pushback and you want to get pushed back into the finger? Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that. Okay. Which, I'm just gonna go to where everybody else is going. It's so distracting. Yeah, he really is the summoner stuff. He's just making it so I cannot see shit, man. Is this not what we want to, is this what we want to be doing, or is this not what we want to be doing? Oh, I cannot see even the slightest inkling of what the fuck is happening. Will this work? Is that the command? I think that was the command. Does it have the spaces in it?
ここはまた別の炎の属性の神域のようだ。となると、俺たちを呼び入れたのは。人がこの地に足を踏み入れる日が来ようとは、いざ尋常に勝負。
いざ尋常に。Oh! Somehow I get the feeling that we're supposed to... Wait, what? Oh, oh, it's 1-2. Okay, okay. I see. I did not see which one started going off first. Oh, okay, the 1, then the 2. The names are covering up fucking everything, man. Oh, wait, shit. Other way around. Yeah, I think I must have accidentally... I know I had something for this before, but I hit, like, you know, default on something by accident, and now it's all just back. And normally having, like, big name titles is actually good to be able to read character names for the story stuff, but here, no, no, no. Okay, we got like 6 orbs. What are the orbs? Just don't stand near the orbs. The orbs mean don't stand near the orbs. Yeah, a bit too late on that. Okay, we got bowls again. Ah, interesting. That's a neat little bit. And I keep trying to slide cast and fucking it up. Okay. Ooh, so they're going to like rotate with the dance. Ah, fuck. That was a name tell. I just didn't like read it fast enough. Oh shit. Dude, I can't. I can't see shit, man. Okay. So we've got wind box here. Okay, so it's gonna like push. What is it gonna push? Is it gonna push me or is it gonna push the fire? Okay, so I did read that right. I'm just gonna throw this down. Okay. This is unplayable. Where is okay?
アーゼマを倒したことで空模様が変わった。ここはやはり神々の領域なんだな。俺たち以外の人の気配はないが、遠くにどのようなものが見えるな。
私はなる。生を司る神なり。
Ooh. Naru. Yeah, like the god who rules over life, Zoru, god who rules over death. That is a pretty fucking cool design, I'm not gonna lie.
何時ら人の力を割いていたそう。
Okay, this is actually the straight up unplayable. I need to find... Okay, character settings... Name plate, target, type, full name... Ah, fuck, I don't have time. I'm just gonna have to deal. Okay, what is going... I'm just gonna stand where everybody else is standing. Okay, like life, flame of life and death or something. Okay, that's like flame. Okay, so it's if he's showing red, that means he's going to attack red. If he's showing blue, that means he's going to attack blue. Okay, he's kind of like... Okay, wait a minute, he swapped it to... Oh, he swapped it to blue. Right? Okay, we've got those there. Oh, Jesus Christ, what the fuck is going on? I thought I was outside of the range of that. Okay, this should be good for this one. Should be good here. Okay, we're chilling, we're chilling. We might no longer be chilling. My ass is no longer chilling. Oh, god damn it. Wait. No, I was... wait. Oh no, I wasn't facing the right way. I thought it was character facing, but it was probably something in the name and the glow and shit. I was probably said front or back. Oh, you have passed, like children of men. That one I thought I was on the wrong side, then I was like, wait a second, it was the side that he was facing last time. And so I fucking double, or second guessed myself. Skip so many mechanics? Hell yeah. Fuck mechanics. Wow, this all looks just like such shit. Those Dave sizes are absurd. Yeah. I used to have it, like, lowered substantially, but I don't really know what changed. I couldn't see shit. Like 99% of that. You're alright.
ラハ君に連絡をもらって急いで来たの。十二神を名乗る存在が現れたんですって。
Daha got in touch with me. I got here as soon as I could. Said that, like, some beings claiming to be the 12 showed up.
さっき現れた神々を倒しきったのか。
Oh, so you managed to take down the guys that just showed up.
あんたなら無事に戻ってくるって信じてたよ。
I knew you'd be alright.
が
Or that's like I knew you'd
愉
come
快
back safe.
愉快
Ah ha ha. Yukai is like how delightful. Splendid, splendid. So it's 4 of the 12 per raid, right?
「神が人に一芝居を打つ日が来るとはの」ビエル語の敵役、よくよくハマっていたではないか。
Oh. Is this the bit that we're doing? This is actually the bit that we're doing? It's like, you know, I never thought the day would come where we would... Like, this is like to perform, right? Or like to play a... Like to deceive, right? To deceive, you know, men. Hierro, you played the, like, part of the villain perfectly.
人に神々との戦いを決意させるには、あのくらいせねばと思ったのです。そう笑わないでください、お師様。
Huh? I believed it was necessary to convince them to, like, fight the gods. And please do not. It's like... Ridicule me so, master.
はあ、死撃に招くためとはいえ、愛しき子らを邪険にするものいい、心苦しくあったぞ。
What? Or even though it was to, like, invite them into the sacred, the divine realms. You know, saying such cruel things to, like, my beloved children truly pained me. Shut
な
up.
ぜまいよ。そうのたまう割には、危機として戦っていたが、真理の本文は忘れていなかったであろうな。
Oh. You know, Azema, you know, saying that you fought with such, like, what, glee? And surely you did not forget your duty as judge?
人があまりにもまないもので、少々高ぶっただけよ。それはなるざる、そなたも同じであろ
I just adore the humans so much. I got a little carried away. You know, the same goes for you as well, Naruzaru.
う。人の子らよ、強硬であったな。こいつが高揚するところなど、そうそう見られるものではないぞ。
Okay, children of men, how, like, fortunate for you. You know, it's not often that you get, that, like, one can see him in such high spirits.
一体どういうことなの？彼らは倒されたはずじゃ。
What's going on? You said you defeated them. You know. Osareta can also mean to kill, right?
逃げ延びていた。それとも、再召喚か？何にせよ、まだやるって言うなら。
Yeah, did they escape, or maybe they were resummoned? But, in any case, if you're still trying to pull something, then...
いやや、もうお前たちと戦う意志はない。武器なぞ置いて構わん。
No, we have no intention of fighting you any longer, please. You unhand your weapons.
私たちは何かに召喚されるような存在ではありません。無論、クリスタルを食らったり、人を魅了したりもしない。その点は、どうか安心してください。
We are not beings that may, freely be summoned. We do not devour crystals or enthrall people. Please rest assured.
「そうは言っても、十二神の神下ろしについては前例があるんだ。
I mean, you say that, but there's been there is a precedent for the 12 being summoned.
第7例祭の折、迫り来るダラガブからエオルゼアを守るために、ルイゾワ様が命を落として、その召喚を試みたと言われている。
Okay, he's just talking about Duizo summoning the 12 to protect the people of Eorzea from Daliab.
あれは、当時の人々の信仰によって創造された、いわば、十二神の力という番組。唯一無二の私たちとは別のもの。
They're going with original for that again. And those were... that was an idol known as the power of the 12. Created by the, faith of the people of that time. An entirely separate being from we, the originals.
あの霊祭の被害を減じ、また大地を再生に導いたのは、まごうことなく人の思いだったと言えよ
う。Okay. Okay, it was the will of the people that, reduced or that's to abate the damage caused by that great calamity and led to the regeneration, revitalization of the earth, of the world. Okay, so in that case, what the hell are you? I'm gonna go with, okay, so then what the hell are you?
人に願いがあるように、私たち十二神にもどうしても叶えたい願いがある。
Okay. Yeah, just as humans have wishes, so too do we, the 12, have, a wish that we desperately wish to come true.
そのために、人の協力、より正確には、神と人との戦いが不可欠。故にこそ、世界を征服するなどと虚言を漏したわけですが。
Okay. To achieve this, the cooperation, or perhaps or more accurately, conflict battle between humans and gods is necessary. That is why we lied. Hence, I guess you'd say hence the falsehood of us wishing to conquer the world.
人の神にふさわしくない、不遜で、不誠実な態度でした。戦いにおいて力を振るったことも含め、あなたに対しては、詫びねばならないでしょ
う。What, is it arrogant and dishonest manner unbecoming of, gods of men? I must apologize to you. Including... for that and also for, Like, using our strength to harm you. The hell are these things?
その叶えたい願いがどういうものかは教えてもらえないのでしょうか。
Could you please tell us what this, wish of yours is that you so desperately want to see fulfilled?
ああ、私たちからは告げられぬ。知りたければ、その手、その足で突き止めるといい。
Okay. This is like what? Alas, we cannot tell you. Like, if you wish to know, you must, like, learn for yourself.
真理を知らずして進むことに納得は得られまい。しかし、歩みを止めなければ、我らが目する理由もいずれわかるであろ
う。Okay. I'm sure you must find it. You would find it hard to, like, proceed without knowing the truth. But if you do, you will eventually uncover the truth, including why we must remain silent. Or, like, why we are silent.
我らの存在が人にとっては何であるか、その目でしかと見定めよ。
Ah, that's interesting. This 人にとっては何であるか. It's like just what we are to humanity. You ought to judge with your own eyes.
人よ、我らを知り、我らに至りなさい。時が来たらば、またこの神域でまみえましょ
う。Oh, the itarinasai is interesting there. It's like, yes, humans, learn of us, like, and reach us. Like, you could say reach out, maybe. When the time comes, we will meet again in this sacred, in this, divine realm. The extra caffeine is beginning to kick in. I'm getting a bit of a second wind. I was incredibly sleepy for a bit there. Okay. Where the hell is the option to get rid of these fucking names? Okay. 自分のパーティー。ネームプレート。HP バー。Okay. Check DMs. Yeah, okay. All of these sub-menus are such a pain in the ass. Okay. Okay, this... Thank you, Vetch. Thank you. This is clutch. Okay, Tonin... Alliance... Okay, only when targeted... Okay, nameplate size, small as possible. Oh, thank fuck. Even in English, navigating these menus is core menus. No, yeah, because some of it's in system config, some of it's in character config. And even then, some of it's just kind of weird, where it's like, put a name. Okay. Why would I want that? Why would I want any of this? Okay, so that should help. But it's like, you know, the problem is that now all these character names here for quest stuff, it's teeny tiny. It's so teeny tiny. I'm still not quite sure what the 12 actually are. You know, this is... I'm interested, though.
驚いたわ。何でもないことのように十二神が現れるんだもの。
Okay, that is... I do like this. Yeah, that's... Wow, that's shocking. You know, the 12 just showing up like that.
でも話が通じる相手のようにも思えた。実際に戦ったあなたの話も詳しく聞きたいわ。
They seemed, you know, surprisingly... They did seem like quite, you know, reasonable. You know, open to discussion. Like to hear more from you, considering you actually face them.
状況を整理する時間を少しもらえるかしら。
Okay, I guess it's time to figure things out. Like, this is supposed to be... I'm assuming that they're going to give you, like, a lot of, what's it called? Recap stuff? Because, like, some of these are going to be... They're going to be, like, split up by patch.
「はじめまして、バルデシオン委員会のクルルです。あなたがラムブルースさんに調査を依頼した探検家さんね。
Okay, Kururu from the Balancing Committee. Yep, you're for... I started on Medusa's help.
ああ、デリックと足元のこいつはオポオポの子供だ。
I'm Derek, and like this little one by my feet is baby Opopo.
あら、名前はないの？
Oh, it doesn't have a name?
勝手についてきてるだけだからな。名前をつけたら、こいつと俺は対等じゃなくなってしまう。
Huh. What an odd thing to say. He's just following me around of his own accord. If I were to give him a name, we would no longer be equals. Oh my god. Hold on. Hey, this is one where I've got to pull up the English for this real quick. This is very funny to me. I glanced over. Not one that I know of. Nor would I presume to bestow one, for that would be condescending. Versus... You know, he's just following me around of his own accord. If I were to give him a name, we would no longer be equals. Yeah, that's like, for that would be condescending, is definitely equivalent to that.
なるほど、そういう優しさもあるのかもしれないわね。
Okay, this is another incredibly difficult to translate one. It's like, yeah, I see, you know, that's... Honestly, in English, it's like, I can see where you're coming from. With that.
あなたがデリックさんと新域内を探索したのよね。その時の状況を教えてくれる？
I mean, I'm assuming that it's going to come back and be important. The concept of, like, the equality and the idea of giving things names is probably going to come back a lot, too. Like, if I had to guess, that's sort of one of those lines that's like a microcosm of the entire story. like, it's just following me around of its own accord. If I were to give it a name, we would no longer be equals. I would be taking a dominant position. I would be, you know, claiming to have the power and authority to bestow upon it a name. You know, considering that this guy, I've already got him pegged as one of the 12, that probably matters, like, a lot. You and Derek explored that divine realm, heavenly, holy realm. Yeah, that's the other one. That's the other thing that they got rid of, was like the statement of he's just following me around of his own accord. That too also probably matters, because they might go along with the idea that these things are just kind of stuff. Like, they're not really quote-unquote gods, necessarily, but, like, people just kind of showed up and started treating them like gods, and they just kind of went, do whatever you want, man. And so, just like he's talking about having this little baby Obobo just kind of following him around, and instead of taking responsibility for it and claiming dominance over it, he just says, you can do whatever you want, little buddy. We're equals. That might kind of relate back to the thing that they're doing here. It'll be so awesome. It'll be so cool. But, okay, but then you're gonna get into, like, if these are actually any sort of powerful entities, it'll just be like, hey man, why didn't you do anything when, like, Heidelin showed up, or why didn't you help with Dalagab? Like, are they just gonna hit you with, like, oh, sorry for party rockin'? Tell us about what happened there.
Naるほど、厳しい戦いではあったものの、敵意を向けられていた感じじゃなかったんだな。
Yeah, it was it's like unrelenting, or I would say like they fought unrelentingly, but you know, it didn't feel as though they were hostile towards you.
一方で、ビエルゴは人と神の戦いが不可欠だと言っていた。つまり、戦いたいけど、傷つけたいわけじゃない？
Can't you have them large for NPCs and just not there for players unless you click on them? Maybe? That's something I'm gonna have to just do off stream. Biergo said that the battle between God and man is essential. So, you know, they want to fight, but they don't want to hurt you.
わからないな。ただ、本人たちが否定していた通り、番神ではないって点は信じてもいいのかもしれない。
That's a lot of layers of that. I really don't know, but you know, considering that they themselves said that they weren't, it might be alright to assume for now that they're not actually idols.
ラグナロクに登場するときに聞いた話を覚えてるか？リビングウェイによると、神おろしの術には自己の増幅という概念が組み込まれているらしい。
Huh. Fuck, I don't remember this actually at all. Oh, yeah, Jiko no Zoufuku. Yes, okay. Remember what we heard when we, like, when we boarded the Ragnarok? That, you know, according to Living Way, Invocation had the, you know, concept of... how do you want to word this? I mean, I don't know how to word this right now, but it's basically saying that, like, the tampered with process of invocation that the Asians taught to people had it hard-coded in it that whatever summoned entity would be created would attempt to grow via consuming more ether, etc., etc., as a fundamental principle. That they wouldn't just exist, but they would attempt to propagate. Or not propagate, but like... I guess you would just say grow, but they use a bit of a weird term for it.
進行するものをテンパードにした上で仲間を増やすように仕向ける。
Right. Perpetuate? It's a bit different than even just perpetuate. It's specifically to grow. And therefore, normal idols temper their followers to... You know, an attempt to, like, increase their number of allies' adherents. Inflation? No.
だが、あんたの証言からも、オムファロスでの神々の言動も、そういう素振りは全くなかった。番神とは一線を画する存在なのは間違いなさそうだ。
Yeah, it's like they try the tempered, then also, you know, try and recruit more. From what you said, and from the way that they, like, the gods themselves behaved, like, from their own actions in Ompharos, there's no sign of any of that. There's no doubt that they're distinct entities from idols.
ハイデリンやゾディアークのように古代に創造された存在という可能性がないわけじゃないが、断定する証拠もないからな。
It's not that it's impossible that they were created in ancient times like Heidelin and Zodiac, but we don't have any evidence to support that claim right now.
エオルゼア十二神を称した彼らは何者なのか、そして人との戦いを求める理由は何なのか。
Yeah, who are they, and like, who are these things claiming to be the 12 gods of Eorzea, the Eorzean 12, and why do they want to fight with people, with humanity?
エオルゼアにもまだ知られざる真実がある。お前たちが奉る十二神の正体なんぞがいい例だ。
Even in Eorzea, there is still that which you do not. There's still truths yet to be uncovered. For example, the true identities of the 12 that you worship. And itself.
そうだ、確かにそう言ってた。エメトセルクは真相にたどり着いていたんだな。
Who gave Emerald the expansion roadmap? That's what I'm asking. Yeah, that is what he said. It's like what? So he knew the truth.
だったら、やっぱりここで放り出すわけにはいかないよな。あんたも見ておかなきゃ、だろ?
Okay, in that case, we really can't just, you know, leave this alone. You need to go out and, you know, see too, right? But, check it out.
デリックさん、このオムファロスを含めた神域と十二神の調査、正式にバルデシオン委員会に引き取らせてください。これはおそらく星に関する重要事項よ。
God. Okay. Derek, please allow the Valdesian Committee to officially take over the investigation of the Sacred Realms and into the identities of the 12. This is almost certainly a, like, of great importance to the like, world itself, etc. That's all very boilerplate.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
まず私は自分の目でここを見て回ろう
Thank
か
you
し
so
ら。
much.
いろいろ気になるものもあ
By
る
all
し。
means. Okay, I'd like to take a look around here for myself. There's a lot of things I'm curious about.
それなら俺は、今回姿を現した神々のことを、守護神として奉っている土地を調査したい。
Okay. So, here's something that they never translated from the previous times that the 12 were brought up in, like, ARR and stuff. The concept of the, like, Shugoshin. I'm not, the pitch accent on that is not correct at all. It's like, what is it? It's like Shugoshin. Whatever. But they describe the various 12 being essentially guardian deities of specific regions and being held with about the same level of importance. This is a very Japanese concept. Instead of just being like capital G massive gods, it's more like, oh, you know, this is like X place, and we hold X, like Y deity as like a protector deity, and it's more of a casual relationship. And so, Grahatia here is saying, I'd like to go out and like on site to the places that worship these deities as their, you know, guardian deities. They're like regional protector gods. Right, so for Ralgar, you would be going to... Shit, what's the name of the place? The whole place you were in all of Stormblood that I can never remember. You'd be going to Alamigo, right? Like, you don't go to other places to learn more about Ralgar. The only place that really would give a shit is Alamigo. And in Alamigo, it's not like they're gonna have a bunch of stuff dedicated to Hollow Knight or anything like that.
オレオ、デリック。俺たちはもうここを見ているし、一緒にどうだ?
Okay. Yeah, we've already taken a look around here, so how about you come with me?
Ah, 構わない。それなら。
Ah, that's quite alright in that case.
よければお前はお嬢さんについててくれないか? レディをここに一人残すのは心苦しいしな。
Oh no, oh no. Fuck, they're gonna screw this one up really badly, I can already tell. It's like, would you mind staying here with her? It's like, you know, it's like it would pain me to leave a lady alone in a place like this, or... What are they gonna say? What are they gonna say? But the problem is that the katakana word deity, it really doesn't have the same... It's used differently than if you would say lady in English. It sounds kind of ridiculous, but it doesn't sound as ridiculous. I guess you would probably go with, like, we shouldn't leave a lady all alone after all. Let us check. I knew it. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. It wouldn't do to leave a fair maiden alone. Of course, man. Of course, every time. Every time. You could just say lady. That's the same thing, like... They're literally using the loan word. Fair maiden. Every time, bro.
ウキー。
ふふ、ありがとう。じゃあ気をつけていて。
Okay, thank you. Please be careful. Take care. All right,
よし、
where are we going?
じゃあ俺たちは各地の12新進港について調査に乗り出すぞ。
Okay, let's go out and begin our investigation of the, like faith into the 12 in various
一言で
regions.
12新進港といってもその歴史は長く幅広い。分かっている範囲でも大サムスン歴のアラブ時代にはすでに確立されていたらしいんだ。
Okay, the history of faith in the 12 is long and vast. From what we know, it appears to have been, like, originally established during the Algan era, like the Algan era in the third. I guess you would go with, like, astral.
時を経て第5世暦魔大戦を争った各国は十二神のいずれかを守護神として奉じ始めていた。その流れが現代のエオルゼア諸国にも受け継がれてるわけだ。
Okay. Okay, as time passed, like following the 5th astral, they do say like calendar, right? Like, you would probably say calendar, or maybe you'd say era, I don't remember. Hey, look, they talk about, like, you know, guardian deities. I don't remember this Mataisen. The nations that fought in, like, this great, what, like, magical or war or something, began to worship members of the 12 as guardian deities. This practice has continued to modern Eorzean times.
とはいえ、地域差はあるけどな。ハルオネを絶対視するイシュガルド正教会の例もあれば、シャーレアンの左略信仰のように緩やかな例もある。
However, there are regional differences. There's the Ishgardian Orthodox, which holds Halune as like the like as the highest deity. There's also more relaxed, like casual relationships, such as the Charlayan faith in Thaliak.
だから各地で特に信仰されている神と今回姿を現した彼らとの類似点や相違点を洗い出したいんだ。
Okay, that's why I'd like to go out and find the similarities and differing points between the the gods that are particularly worshipped in certain regions compared to the gods that have appeared before us here and now.
少しでも彼らの正体に近づ
Or
く
it's
た
like,
め
you
に
know, the entities, right? So that we can get a better idea of, like, what they really are.
まずはラールガーズリーチに行ってみよう。
Okay, let's go to
配
Ralgar's
信ラー
Reach.
ルガー信仰の聖地でもあるからな。
Yep, holy place for the worship of God of Destruction, Ralgar. This is sort of why making that distinction was actually important. Before, like... If you keep using it as though everybody worships all of the 12, then this stuff kind of doesn't make any damn sense anymore. Sorry to keep you waiting.
シドたちとオメガの調査をしたとき、ここを拠点の一つにしてたんだろう。あんたとここに来られて嬉しいよ。
Okay, yep, when you were investigating Omega, this is like a place you use your base, so glad to be here.
ちょっと気になったんだが、誰かと一緒に行動することがそんなにも嬉しいものなのか？
Huh. Again, this guy just keeps saying odd shit. He's like, this is something that's just, you know, on my mind, but is it really that enjoyable? Is it really that pleasant to, you know, cooperate with others? You know, this doesn't really sound like a thing that a person would say, at least to me. This goes beyond being like a lone wolf style guy and being more in like a... You humans, you like doing human things, huh?
俺にとっては遠い昔、もしくはあるかもしれない未来で夢にまで見た時間だからな。
Okay. Well, for me... Okay, this is a pain in the ass. Like... He's saying, like, a long time in the past, or I mean, I guess you could say the future, it's something that I've always dreamed of. Yeah, it's like, really, that's a weird-ass thing to say. Yeah, it's more fun to travel with friends, or there's times where I would prefer to be alone. I think this would be more interesting.
ふーん、そういうもんか。
Huh, I see.
あんたは探検家としてずっと一人で旅してきたのか？
Have you always traveled alone as an explorer?
そうだ。まだ見ぬ土地を求めて、放浪の日々さ。旅の孤独を慈しみ、街では行きずりの人々に思いを馳せる。
Like what, I spend my days wandering and like alone in search of unseen lands, or like unexplored lands. But I cherish I would like love the solitude of travel and... 生きづりの人々に思いを馳せる。思いを馳せる。I'm trying to think of the way I think this means is like, just to he's saying he just kind of like travels alone but enjoys like the concept of thinking about the lives of the people that he meets along the way or something.
幻域を探す過程で訪れたことがあるな。
I kind of thought that he would say the opposite, and so that might be a case of me misreading that, and he's saying, like, you don't have to not give them a passing thought. But I'm fairly certain he is talking about giving them a passing thought. Yeah, I've come here before as well, after Alamigo was liberated, in search of a illusory land.
そうだ、今にして思えば。
Illusory realm. That's now that I think about it.
幻域の目撃談が伝わる場所は12、新信仰と関連が深い地域と重なっていた気がする。
Okay, seems that I believe the places where these illusory realms are reported overlap with areas that have deep faith, or like that are connected deeply to faith in the 12.
それはいい情報だ。じゃあ、この辺りの貝神信仰のおさらいといこう。
Yeah, that's some really good information. Let's,
ここラールガーズリーチは、ラールガー聖シルベ教の総本山、聖シルベ、山
like,
寺
let's
院の
go,
膝元でもある。
review the worship of, like, God of Destruction here. Okay, Rollers Reach is home to the, it's like Guiding Comet Temple. It's like the seat of the, Temple of the Comet or something.
はよう、テオドリックの焼き討ちにあって放棄されていたのをアラミゴ解放軍が拠点として利用していたことはあんたの方が詳しいか？
Okay, the Almeian Liberation Army used this place as a base as it was burned down by, like, the mad, or the fallen King Theodric. You're probably more, you're probably more knowledgeable about it than I
残
am.
存する資料は少ないかもしれないが、昔の海神信仰について知る者がいるか。
Okay, might not be
手
much
分けして海神信仰につながることを
original
調べてみよ
documentation
う。
left, but there are
一
people
段
who know
落した
about the
ら
ancient.
またここに集合な。
Should be people who know about the ancient, like, worship of the god of destruction. We should talk to them. Okay. Once everybody's finished, come back here. That was a lot of dialogue to just get down to go talk to some people about Ralgard.
血嵐の訓戒を読んでみた。
Oh yeah, it's like the Kunkai. Kunkai. It's like the it's not like a parable, it's, I guess it's more like warning, the storm of blood's warning. And when the storm of blood approaches, the gates of the seven hells will open, the seven heavens will shed tears, for all are within the reach of the god of destruction's fist. It's like the seven heavens will weep or something. I remember that. That's the thing that they used to justify changing the entire name of the expansion to Stormblood. Even though it was Bloodstorm. Storm of Blood. Oh, this somebody you know then? Okay. Everything he told us about the world is so interesting, etc. Everything he told me about was so fascinating. Fascinating. Okay, moving to... Okay, this is all very skim-worthy. We're in a bit of a hurry right now. We're researching the belief in the god of destruction on Amigo. Any sort of documentation left behind, most of it was burned. Oppression of religion. Oppression of religion during imperial rule. There are some things left, the Ralgar statue. Passed down oral traditions such as the founding myth of Alamigo. It's like all of these things were like source of spiritual support for the people of Alamigo as they endured difficult times. Thank you. Okay. All of this is stuff we already know, so... I can understand why they do it, but... At the same time, I feel like if I go super deep on all of these lines and really try and get them down, we will not make it to the next raid tonight. I would like to do the second raid, if possible. That would be cool. I don't know if we're gonna make it in time. There's just so much text. Let me check. Oh my god, there's so much text. No, there's no way in hell we're making it to the next one. Do you need something? I'm waiting for someone. I wouldn't mind, talking to you in the meantime, but... Sorry to keep you waiting. Ooh. Ooh.
おや、冒険者さん。私たちは 荒み腰をたしなむ研究者ですが、何かご用がありました？
Go adventure or research about me in history. Is there anything we can help you with?
方法、海神信仰について調べていると、それならぴったりのものがありますよ。
Okay, you're looking into the faith into the faith of the in the god of destruction. Okay, then I have the perfect thing for you.
聖シルベ教の経典、回論の写しです。エリックさんという史学者の方が所蔵している、焼き打ちを見られた数少ない資料だそうですよ。
Kairon. Okay, there's a copy of like the so once again, so the thing here, it's Hoshishirube, I believe. So it's like the guiding star, right? But it's the story of it is that it was like a comet, right? So you could say like the guiding comet probably is what you would say. For like the name of the church is like, you know, the Church of the Guiding Comet. It's a copy of their scripture. It's like, I don't know what you do for this. So Don there is just like the like essay on, but it's in this context it's just like, it's pretty much just a combination to mean like doctrine. Actually no, it's just doctrine. It's like, this should probably be called like the precepts of destruction, or like the like doctrine of annihilation, doctrine of destruction. What the hell do they call this in English? Destructivity? Oh, and it's called the Fist of Ralgar? That's so dumb. No, it's like they're the Church of the Guiding Comet. The like, guiding star. Not just the Fist of Ralgar. Okay, it's owned by, like, a historian named Eric. One of the few things that escaped burning.
では、私たちは調査に戻ります。冒険者さんもまたどこかで。
Okay. So, yeah, we need to get back to our investigation. See you again. See you again sometime. See you around. Oh. In this Alliance Raid series, they tend to backload stuff like this. So what? They like get you do one of the fights, and then they give you a ton of quest stuff. I mean, I don't know. That seems like a decent way to do it. I mean, it's probably better than the version where it's like, oh, you want to go do a fight? Well, sorry, asshole. You gotta go run around doing nonsense for an hour and a half first, before we let you do any of it.
オレオ、そっちは何か収穫があったか?
Did you manage to find anything?
ラールが聖シルベ教の研究者から受け取った古い経典の写しだって？目を通してみるからちょっと待っていて
Yeah,
く
it's
れ
a
ないか?
copy of, you know, old scripture from a researcher. Yep. Gonna take a look through it. Could you wait a minute? That's just a lot of proper nouns there.
なるほどな。まさにこのラールガー像建造の歴史を記録しているみたいだ。伝承を書き留めたといった感じに近いが。
But like, I think it's just so the fist thing is so dumb to me. Because in the Japanese they go with, oh, it's a god of destruction, but the name of the church is like, you know, the church of the guiding star, or the, you know, guiding comet, because they've got the whole story about they were led off to Alamigo following this comet that they believe was sent by Ralgar or whatever. And so that's, you know, that's how they ended up where they ended up, if I remember correctly. So they don't name their church after, oh, Ralgar is gonna beat the shit out of us. You know, they aren't naming their church Dad's Belt. Mom's Sandal. They're naming it after, like, a more positive thing, even though he is still a god of destruction. And so there's, like, an interesting dichotomy there, or whatever, but then they just call it the Church of the Fist. Seems to, yeah, it's like a recorded history of the construction of the statue of Ralgar. Huh. Man, I wish I actually knew. I should learn just enough Spanish to fuck with people. I really should. I used to be able to speak, like, mildly conversational Russian. Exclusively to communicate with people while playing the original DayZ mod. And to be able to read, like, the map. I managed to do a couple of, like, you know, negotiations. I knew just enough to be able to negotiate with people for help and to like, diffuse hostile situations. But I really should learn just, like, barely enough Spanish to be able to mess with people. This one is like, it's like a... This is a weird way of saying it, but it's like a written down version of a legend. It seems like.
第6例祭、エオルゼアの各地で大洪水に見舞われたとき、彗星に導かれて、ギラバニア高地に逃げて助かった人々がいた。
God damn it, Cody. Now you're just making me want to talk about DayZ. You were busy yanking people outside of Cherno in the military base? Like, I was doing that too, obviously. But, you know, for me it was more Northwest Airfield. But at the same time, you know, like, you're stuck in one of those buildings in Northwest Airfield and you hear a group of Russians and they're they're talking on hot mics. You want to be able to talk your way out of a jam. You know what I mean? God. I love that them translating this to Umbral is so funny to me, man. It still is so funny. It really is like a spiritual calamity. You would have to come up with something again. We've been doing this for like a year and a half, and I still haven't come up with anything good for DSI, because it's such a pain in the ass. But it's also one of those ones where it's like, I keep thinking, man, I gotta sit down and figure something out, and then I just never do. It's not Umbral, though. Various places in Eorzea were, like, devastated by a great flood. And wow, people were guided by a comet, escaped to the Giravanian highlands, and were saved. Hey, look, maybe that's why it's like they're called the Church of the Guiding Star. Do you see why they're not called the Fist? Like, this is why the name of the church is the name of the church?
彼らはそれから破壊と彗星を司るラールガーを特別に熱く信仰するようになったという。ここまでは俺でも知っている逸話だが。
And from there on, they developed a, like, particularly... Or it's like they began to worship, or quite strongly worship, Ralgar, the god of, destruction and comets. It's something even I was, fully familiar
この
with.
経典によれば、彗星に導かれた人々の中に、ラールガーの姿を見た、と証言した者がいたらしい。
However, according to the scripture, some of the people guided by this comet testified that they had seen, like, Ralgar himself.
そうして言い伝えられた姿を、聖シュルベ教の僧侶や信徒が何百年もかけて、掘り出した。
Okay, like, priests and, like, over the next, like, hundreds of years, the priests and followers of the, Church of the Guiding Star, the Church of the Comet, attempted to, like, uncover the image of him that was passed down. They were trying to figure out exactly what he looked like. They were digging through all of the various witness testimonies of what he looked like to try and get an idea.
このラールガーの姿を見たって記述が気になるな。オムファロスに現れたラールガーとこの石像、やっぱり似ているように思えるからさ。
And this part about them saying that they saw Ralgar is interesting to me. The Ralgar that we saw in Ompharos and the statue really do seem similar.
オムファロスのラールガーが単なる番神だったなら話は簡単だったんだ。
If Ralgar in Ompharos was just a ordinary idol, then, this would be simple, but...
まず、人々が信仰に基づいて、想像上のラールガーの石像を作り上げる。それが、共通認識となり、番神も似た姿で召喚される。
Yeah, okay, it would be simple. So, it would be that first people would create a statue based on their imagination of what Ralgar must have looked like. That would become the common interpretation of him within their faith, and any idol would be summoned in a, in an according form. Something like that.
だが、神々の言うことが本当で、彼らが番神でないのなら、少なくとも石像の作られた第六霊祭の時代には、人々にあの姿が認知されていたということになる。
But if what the gods say is true and they are not idols, then at the very least, around the time of the 6th spiritual calamity, people would have had to have been aware of their appearance when the statue was created.
十二神信仰の歴史を考えれば、大サムスン歴以前から存在していたって可能性も。
Okay, considering the history of belief in the 12, it's possible that, like, this, knowledge... It's like this knowledge existed, before the third astral calendar, before the third astral age. Well, it's like talking about them existing by then, actually, rather.
チョコボが先か、卵が先か。神々が先にいてその姿を見た者が信仰していったのか、人々の信仰が神々の姿を生み出したのかってことか。
That's a lot of ka. Also, I ordinarily hate this. I ordinarily hate this in fiction. Like, I fucking hate this in fiction normally, but this time I'm kind of down. It's fine. It's like, which came first, the chocoball or the egg? Yeah, did the gods exist first, and those who saw them believed in them, or did people's faith create their appearance? Well, that's Kamigami no Sugata o. umidashita. That's interesting. Huh. I think he's actually being relatively literal with that, of saying, like, that the entities, like, changed their appearance to match the expectation of those who believe in them, rather than saying it, like, you know, gave birth to the gods. Wonder if they kept the chocobo or the egg. I feel like they must have. Allow me to check. I would assume that they didn't, because it's a joke that's in the Japanese that they didn't come up with. So I would assume that it's not there anymore. It's been so incredibly consistent that that's the case. Yeah, no, it's not there. They got rid of it. This, chocobo or the egg line is gone. Of course, it is. Fucking, of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? So the question is, did these beings give rise to their respective faith, or are they primals born of them? That's also just not even what he's saying. But, notice that they just got rid of, you know... So it's like, which came first, the chocobo or the egg? And did the gods exist first, and those who saw them, and then believed in them? Or, like, did the faith of the people... Like, the Kamigami no Sugata o umidashita. Sugata o umidashita is interesting. Like, it really is interesting, because I think that he actually does mean, like, did the faith of the people give birth to you know, the current appearance of the gods? But I really do love how, remember, the Japanese script is bland. If this guy is one of the 12 and the 12 are genuine, not primals, does this statement even make sense? Honestly, yeah. Like, if this guy is one of the 12 and they are not idols, then this statement would make a lot of sense to him. Or, this statement from him would make a lot of sense if he already knew the answer. Because I'm assuming that if he was saying, like, oh, this might be a situation where there's, like, there's another one of the 12, or, like, maybe there's a 13th that's forgotten, or maybe there's, like, one of the 12 that's not particularly worshipped anywhere, like the isolated solitary adventurer, the explorer that nobody particularly reveres, and so, as nobody knows what he looks like anymore, no mention of his image has ever been passed down or anything, he just looks like this. And so if he's saying, like, the faith of the people makes the gods look as they do, then if he has no, like, if there's no faith in him, then what's he gonna look like? Just a guy. Oh, the English one specifically? No, yeah, if the 12 are primals, this doesn't make any fucking sense. Why would he say primal? Like, why the fuck would he even say primal? That's not the statement being made here. The word Banshin was not used. Why are you bringing up the word primal?
Soの答えはすでに出ているであろうよ。我らは原初から我らであったとな。
What's the alliance raid called in JP again? Mythology of Eorzea. The answer is already here, or, like, you know, is already out there. We have been who we are from the beginning. Ah, stop!
人がエオルゼアと呼ぶ地には神域が点在し、この近くには先にお前たちの踏破した我らの神域がある。そこで我らの姿を目にしてもおかしくはない。
This land known to man as Eorzea is, like scattered with sacred grounds. I guess you would probably say sacred grounds. And ours, which you have already, like, what, traversed, conquered, is located nearby. It should not be a surprise to see us here.
もしかしてさっきの神々なのか？
Oh wait, are you those guys from before?
ご明察、スプリガンの姿をとる私がビエルゴ、そしてこちらのタカが、お師様、ラールガーです。結論を急ぐお師様の補足をしましょ
う。Precisely. I, in the form of a Spriggan, am, Biergo. This hawk is my, it's like master, my teacher, master, Daughter. Okay, that's, how do you say this? How do you say this? It's like, allow me to elaborate for my... Oh, it's like, allow me to provide more detail to my master's, like, hasty explanation, or, like, overly succinct explanation.
私たちは、こうしてより大に姿を借り、世界を覗くことがある。逆を言えば、神域の外で、本来の姿を人に見られてはいけない。それが、私たちの絶対のルール。
In this way, we sometimes, like, take the form of a... This is... Yorishiro here is the same thing that, fucking... What's-her-face referred to herself as with Shiva. This is a very, very Japanese concept. You would probably say vessel. Like, you know, borrow the form of a vessel to... gaze out upon the world. Conversely, it's like, so that is to say that, you know, it is an absolute rule of ours that we must not let others see our, like, true forms outside of our own sacred grounds.
しかし、私たちの神域は幻影により包まれていても、周囲の環境エーテルが揺らげば、ほころびも生まれてしまう。
However, even though our sacred grounds are shrouded in illusion, if the surrounding ether is disturbed or... Yeah, it's like surrounding ether is disturbed, then cracks can form.
そのような時に、折よく才ある人の子が目を凝らせば、着せずして我らを認識することもあり得る、ということだ。
Yes. And if... Yeah, at such times if a... This isn't talented, it's like, if a gifted, like, child of man were to look hard enough, they may be able to, like, see our true forms, or like to become aware of us.
0歳では世界規模で属性の力に偏りが生じる。言い換えれば神や神域を見る条件が最も整う時期ってことだな。
Okay. Oh, I see. So during a calamity, there's an imbalance of, you know, the power of the various attributes of ether on a massive scale. Global scale. So, in that case, that would be the perfect condition for, you know, seeing into these sacred grounds, catching a glimpse of the gods.
我らがいつ人の子らに見られていたかなど知る由もないがの。そう考えても的外れではないというだけのこと。
Okay, there's no way for us to know when a child of man had seen our forms, however, like, it is not unthinkable that they may have. Or rather, that was, the soul kangai demo. Is more like, yes, it's reasonable for you, for you to think so. I guess you would just say, like, that is a reasonable conclusion.
さあ、帰るぞビエルゴ。騙した詫び代わりに教えてやるには、もう十分であろ
う。Now, let us go home, Viergo. Like that. It's like this explanation should what's the word that I'm looking for? It's constitute a, an apology for our deception.
ええ、私たちが口添えできるのはここまでです。さらば、人の子よ。
Okay. This is all that we can tell you. Farewell, son of man. Children of man.
「なんというか、目的も正体も定かじゃないが、人の良さそうな連中ではあるよな。」
人の良さそう。This is like, I don't quite... No, I'm not quite sure what to say. I'm not sure what their motives are or who they really are, but they seem, like, friendly enough. It's like they seem like, good-hearted, right? Like,
ビエルゴたち
seem
の
like good
話して
people.
いた通り、彼らを目撃した者たちの証言が信仰に結びついていったのなら、一つ合点のいくことがある。
Okay. If, as Virgo and it was daughter god, yeah, said the eyewitness accounts of those who saw them were passed down through the faith, then that clears up one thing. Well, actually, no, that does make sense,
あ
rather.
んたが神域に行ってる間に取り急ぎ
Actually, no, that is that clears up one thing.
会心がある
It is
が
clears up
シ
one
ルフ
thing.
族の雷神ラムーとの共通項が多く挙げられてるそうだ。
Did a quick search into it while you were in the sacred grounds, and it seems that, in terms of comparative mythology, comparing the mythologies, Rhalgar, god of destruction, has a lot of common ground with Ramu, the god of thunder, the sylph god of thunder.
神域のラールガーをオリジナルとして人が信仰していった会心ラールガーとシルフが信仰する雷神ラムー。
Okay, the original Rhalgar of this sacred realm was worshipped by humans as Rhalgar, god of destruction, and Ramu, and by the sylphs as Ramu, god of thunder.
ラールガーを目撃したシルフ族が文化の違いからラムという別種の神として信仰するようになったと考えると類似性に説明がつくと思わないか？
So if we consider that consider that the sylphs who saw, witness Rhalgar came to, or like worshipped him as a different form of entity, like a different kind of god. You know, called Damu. Like, you know, couldn't that be explained simply by, like, a difference in culture? He's basically, I'm assuming he's basically just saying, like, you know, it's just a difference in culture between people and sylphs that leads to the difference in depiction of deity.
つまり、そもそものエオルゼアにおける信仰の起源に神域のオリジナルの神々がいたということを裏付けるわけか。
Yeah, the way that this dude is talking is being very weird. In other words, like, that substantiates the claim that, you know, the original deities of these sacred grounds were the source, or like the faith in, or for like faith in Eorzea. It substantiates the claim. You know, supports the claim.
ああ、でもそう考えると、あれだけの力を持つ存在が、いつどのようにして。
Yes, but, when you think about it, how exactly and, when, did, like, beings with that sort of power, ...
Ah, Kururu ka.
Where the hell did they actually come from? Oh, Kururu, did something happen?
な、あの人が？そうだよな、俺が迎えに行くよ。
What, them? Alright, yeah, we'll go, pick them up.
クルルが知り合いの神話学者に声をかけて調査に協力してくれることになったらしい。
Ooh. Kururu called out to a... what is the actual term for this? Is mythologist the correct term? That sounds weird to me. I don't know why that sounds weird to me. No, yeah, I guess that is just what they're called. For some reason, I've never heard anybody, like... I've never actually heard that term used. For some reason. Yeah, Kururu called out to a mythologist acquaintance of hers who's going to help out with our
それで
investigation.
俺は一足先にあるものを用意して彼女をハルン埋没寺院まで迎えに行かなくちゃいけなくなった。
Oh, okay. Okay, there's something that we... Okay, it's like, you needed little
幸い、
something
ザ
ahead of
ナーン
time.
地方では小神ナルザルの信仰が厚い。ウルダハでの調査を二人に任せてもいいか？
Yeah, it's like there's something specific that she needs, there's something she needs there. Gonna go to the, like, what? Sunken... Yeah, Temple of Karn. The, like, yeah, buried Temple of Karn. Sure. Okay, fortunately, the merchant god Naruzaru is, worshipped in, the region of Thanalan. Could I leave the, that investigation up to you two? Yeah, he's like, oh, yeah.
二人の調査が終わる頃には俺もウルダハで合流できると思う。すまないがよろしく頼む。
I'll be able to join you in Ulaha by the time, you're done with your investigation. Yeah, sorry to like leave it all up to you guys. I'll see you later. Hey, what's up? We haven't really hung out one-on-one. It's kind of weird. You know, this is one of those situations where, like, you know, you ever been in a friend group where, like, you always, like, you can hang out with a bunch of people, but there's, like, 1 or 2 people that you'd never actually really hang out with one-on-one? It's not really like you're not good friends with them, it's just kind of a weird, like, you never really do it. You know, the only time you ever hang out with them is when there's a certain other person or, like, a certain other group of people present, and now you're just stuck in this awkward-ass scenario.
俺と君だけでウルダ派の調査か。
Oh, looks like just you and me investigating all the
頼
hub.
まれたから仕方ないが、参ったな。
I mean, not much else we could do. This might not. You really don't want to overplay it. It's like, honestly, there's like, well, you heard him. Guess that's that. Wow. Sugao. Sugao. Fuck, this is like the true face of the Explorer. But it's not even like true face, it's like honestly in English you might go with like you might say true identity. I don't really know if you would say true identity. It's different. It's different. You might just go with the true Explorer.
現地調査したいと言い出したグラハティアが真っ先にいなくなっちまうとはな。
Okay. Grahatia was the one who said he wanted to go out on this, you know, on-site investigation together. And you know, he was the first one to leave.
誰かと察しで行動するなんて俺は一番苦手なんだが頼まれたんじゃ仕方ない。ウルダ派で小神ナルザルの調査をしないと。
Yeah, I'm not really good at like working together with others one-on-one, but not much else I can do, or not much else we can do, right? Don't have much choice. We have to investigate Nodazara, Merchant God, and Oldaha.
ああ、じゃあ行くか?
Yeah, alright, so let's go, I guess.
了解。ミルバネス礼拝堂は確か修復工事中で立ち入れないからナルカイローのアルダネス聖騎堂へ行ってみるか。
Okay. What, Mirvanes? Chapel is currently undergoing restoration and is closed to the public. Sicht. This is like, it's like the hallway of Null, like Null Corridor. We need to go to like what? That is like the Ark. Alderdonis Ark. Or maybe like Tabernacle. We're going to the Alderdonis Tabernacle.
現地集合でいいよな。
Okay.
じゃあそこで。
Alright. So, it's alright if we just meet up there. Alright, see you then. It has been 4 hours and I feel like this is going to go on for much longer. I think this is probably the spot to actually... I do have to do a lot of prep stuff to actually, like, be ready to leave. You know, I gotta clean my place up a decent amount since I'm gonna be leaving it, you know, unoccupied for about, like half a week. It's like, you know, 5-6 days. All of that, I gotta get all of my stuff packed and everything, and you know how it is, traveling. But in any case, this is interesting. And we've already seen that they, I'm not quite sure if these lines were foreshadowing, but if they were, then they sure as hell aren't in the English. The way that this Derek dude talks is very, very odd. In a good way. It's a good, semi-subtle way of telling you that this dude ain't normal. But yeah, no stream on Wednesday since I will be in Ohio. I should be able to do next week on Sunday, because I'm getting back on Saturday. But you know, there's the possibility that I'm just like completely destroyed from jet lag and such. But hopefully I will see you all next Sunday for more super cool Alliance Raid stuff. Alright. See you next week. Peace.